that we're going to have an amazing event today. And don't worry, this is not going to be a stand-on ceremony, so please sit down, relax, and enjoy this amazing event. So, are you ready? Yes. No. Are you ready? Yes. This is what I would like to hear. So, the opening remarks of Talent Boost Summit will be given by a person who has comprehensive experience working on international mobility and designing the European Union's talent attraction policy. She is passionate about making Finland more visible and welcoming to international talents. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Chief Specialist and Team Leader at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment of Finland, Katri Niskanen.
Thank you so much, and good morning, friends, colleagues, and fellow talent boosters. So I bring you the greetings from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment at a time which is very, very exciting as we are approaching the new government term. So let's see what we have in mind. So to come to the basic question, why are we here today? Talent Boost. I imagine all of you know this concept, the program to increase talent mobility towards Finland. And of course, we have set targets way beyond this government term. They are collected in the roadmap. We mean to double work-based migration and triple study-based migration. So the goals are ambitious, and that's why we are here. What do we mean by talent? This is a question I often get. It's, of course, we talk about specialists, researchers, students, but also skilled workers. We have many sectors where we already desperately lack skills. So, what do we then want to do now that we know who the talents are? We want to attract them to Finland, but also we want to utilize the experience we already have in our country and make working life inclusive, welcoming for all of us, for the benefit of all. So, as we approach the new government term, always a very, very exciting moment for us working at the ministry. What is the wish list that we have for these politicians? First, we need to know what we want, what we need, where, when. So basically, a solid information base. Also forecasting, so that we are not only reacting to shortages we already face, but already can see a bit ahead. Be proactive. So this is something we are working on already and want to deepen further in the years to come. Then, once we know who we need, we want to attract them as the top country, or one of the top countries in the global race for talent. So we need to work in, let's say, generic issues, make sure that our country brand is attractive, which it already is in many ways, but there is still work to be done. And then we need targeted action in the chosen countries where we know that there is a lot of supply for talent. India, Vietnam, Turkey, Brazil, these have been identified as key countries. And once we have attracted these people, made them interested in Finland, we want to provide the best possible migration experience for them. This, of course, begins in the country of origin when they first get interested in Finland, so that they can be easily matched with employers, other opportunities that they may have in Finland. And then all the way through the resident permit procedure for the talents, also their family members. And then once they start settling in Finland, there is a variety of services that they need, starting from banking services, going all the way to international schools and daycare, work for the spouse, etc. So all of this has to work very, very well. And it's of course not all about services, but about the entire life as a member of the Finnish society. how can we make working life welcoming, indeed in the benefit of all. And finally, so that we can be credible and sustainable about our attraction policies, we need to make sure that nobody is left alone once they are here, that there is no exploitation in our working life. Well, we all know this is a work in progress, world is not ready. We need a lot of action across the society to make this zero tolerance policy a reality. And there is a strategy coming up still during this government term to lead the way in this respect. And let me mention that many of these topics listed here go under the umbrella of the new Work in Finland concept, which means that we will have permanent structures for the national level measures and services to enable talent mobility towards Finland. So this is a key concept to remember from today. So finally, coming back to the question of why we are here. Government that I represent myself is a teeny tiny dot over there in the corner of the picture, but it's only a minor component. We need everybody on board, a variety of public and private actors to make these dreams come true. And luckily, all of these actors are represented very well here today. So let us make the best possible use of this day. Let us enjoy each other's company, network, connect, and take many, many steps forward with Talent Boost program. So once more, welcome, thank you, and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Katri. Our next speaker works relentlessly for an even more international Vaasa, strengthening the city's growth and competitiveness and boosting the city's international image and attractiveness. Please welcome to the stage the Mayor of Vaasa, Tomas Häyry.
Thank you, Jasmin.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Very nice to see you here, and it's a pleasure to have you here in Vaasa, the Nordic energy capital, as we call us. I'm so glad to have the Talent Boost Summit here in Vaasa because I will show you that we truly need a talent boost, both in Vaasa and in Finland. You have come to a city where everything seems possible today. And I will come back to that. It's not only because Strömsö is in Vaasa. There are also other reasons. Short figures about Vaasa. The city consists of almost 68,000 people, but our functional workplace region consists of almost 115,000 people. We are very international. We have over 120 nationalities here and a lot of languages spoken. We also have a real great amount of university students here in 6 different university units. And if you talk about Vaasa, you have to talk about energy. So we have over 160 companies working in the field of energy technology, and they are generating around 5 billion euros in turnover annually. What is great here is actually that they are investing over 200 million in research and development every year. And we asked them in the fall of 2019, how much are they ready to invest in the region in the coming 5 years? And this was the 8 biggest companies. And the answer was 1.2 billion euros. And you know, when a company like Wärtsilä makes their, through the history, biggest investment in Vaasa, then all the other ones start to invest. Their partners, their subcontractors, and everyone. So my modest estimation today is that the companies in Vaasa are investing around 2 billion euros. So this is why I say everything seems to be possible in Vaasa today. Why is this possible? This could be with a heading, "It takes us all." But we are not only cooperating, we are also co-creating added value to every partner in the ecosystem. And I will show you this. It's not about, it's no different if we are building a factory, if we are building a new part of the city, if we are building a new ferry for the ferry line to Umeå, or an area for battery factories. This ferry line between Vaasa and Umeå is the northernmost ferry line that operates daily, every day of the year, all year round, between two countries. And we commissioned 1 year ago a new ferry to this. It was built in Raunio, but its function is not only to be a ferry. It's also an innovation platform for the Finnish maritime industry. It's a great flagship. It's a demonstration platform. It's a sales platform for our companies. And it's also a research and development platform for our companies. And this is the co-creation. We get a new environmentally sustainable ferry. The companies get research and development platforms, demonstration and sales platforms. And this is actually a good example of how we think about co-creation. So we have the world-leading competencies in smart grid, in marine solutions, in sustainable energy production, and in energy efficiency. But when we are looking at the field of energy and energy technology today, what is needed? We need systemic solutions where the production and use of energy uses, as they say in the trade, sector coupling. I think many of us would say it would need a circular economy. And then it's not enough that you only produce certain components. You need to produce systemic solutions. And when you think about those competencies I showed you earlier, what is lacking? We identified around 2015, 2016 that we lack the competencies for energy storage. So we started a project called GigaVaasa project, and the goal of the project was to make an area where we can have a carbon neutral environmental ecosystem for battery and battery material manufacturing. So we took a 1,000 hectare big area just next to the airport and started zoning it in 2017. And then we started studying the battery material value chain and also talking to all the operators all over the world. And today, I'm very happy to say that we have the zoning in place and we have reservations for over half of the area. So we have incoming FDIs for several billion euros also. That's added to what these companies here in the region already are investing. And this means that we will have an employment effect of several thousand, direct employment effect of several thousand people, and we will have an indirect effect that is really huge. How will we do this? I think we will do it at the same time as when the energy cluster grew in the first decade of the 21st century. In the year 2000, we had 5,000 workplaces in the energy cluster. And in the year 2010, we had 11,000 workplaces. And how did we do that? Through our great educational institutions and universities, of course, through a very good cooperation with the ELI authorities, but also through talent attraction. We had a lot, and that was maybe the major boost for the energy cluster, the international talent attraction. And that's why we truly need a talent boost here today. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Tomas. Well, I hope you're all warmed up after these inspiring opening words. So now it's a quick recap on some practical information for you. I hope everyone has created their profile on the Prela app. Show of hands, yes? How many? Almost everyone, good. And hello to everyone who is watching this stream through Prela, by the way. We haven't forgotten about you. You can network either online, on here, or on site, and if you have set up meetings here on site, you can find the networking area in the lobby, and you can check the table number for your meetings from the app. And I'd like to also remind you that we have an official photographer here on place, and so your image may be captured and used for promotional value. So thank you. If you don't want your picture taken, but everyone wants their picture taken, you're looking so beautiful and handsome, so let's just all agree that you can take your picture. Yes, thank you. Well, the next speaker works as a research fellow at the Migration Institute of Finland. He is especially interested in the connection between migration and regional development. And the development of skills-based immigration policy is also part of his work. And today we will learn about regional inequalities and how responsibility has been implemented into the Finnish competence-based immigration policy. Please welcome to the stage Mika Raunio.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone, also for my behalf. And my topic today is responsible competence-based immigration policy and regional equality. I would like to bring these two topics to this discussion. I think Katri made very good work telling us what will happen during the next few years. And so far, Talent Boost has been running already 5 years, which is great, and I think it has done really important work in changing not only services, but also, which is very important, structures in the Finnish immigration policy, and also the policies as such. It's very different from any previous immigration policy that has been done in Finland, although we had already 2006, 2009, in government programs, we were talking about labor policy and labor-based migration policy, and there were nice pictures how to organize everything and so. But I think this is a very different approach. We have also heard that the number of, for example, foreign students and as well experts is increasing. So I think the direction is right. But what I would like to add for the current policy approach is these two words, and of course something within them: the responsibility and regional inequality or regional approach. What should we think about those? I mean, responsibility is of course a buzzword. Everybody is very responsible and doing nice things, but it has also a very strong steering impact. We can see that from things what happens on environmental side, that all kind of whole industries are collapsing because of new kind of a more ethical rules and so on. But this applies also to social justice kind of things, which I think we are talking when we are talking about the immigration broadly. I borrowed a definition of International Labour Organization, or their view, which are the key issues in immigration policy in terms of responsibility. because time is short, I will focus on this key theme, equality, which is of course very important. But I think it's obvious in terms of being equal between the different groups of people, between the immigrants and people in already in the country and all this, and I think this has been discussed quite a lot. But in something that we should maybe consider more in detail during the next 5 years is how about equality between the regions. I mean, also the Talent Boost program started with quite strong emphasis on big cities in practice, but we have a lot of other regions as well with very high need of labor and even in worse economic situation. So this is something that we should focus on. And if we think about this, and the basic idea of this kind of competence-based immigration policy is to support the vitality of the regions and vitality of Finland. So it should not increase inequalities between the regions. In other words, it shouldn't support only those that are already strong regions, but actually we should have very tailored approaches for different regions in order to make them flourish as well, or support what they are doing already. One thing related to this kind of inequality is of course that what also Katri was saying, who is talent. I think it all started with these high talents working for big tech companies or in with high skills, and there is kind of a simplification of this idea that we have a very different kind of talents, we have a very different kind of skills, and if we talk about this competence-based policy, the idea is that we have people whose competencies we may use in these regions, in their economies, but also whose competencies we should improve and develop during when they are in Finland in order to make it kind of a lasting impact. And although everything started from those global talents whose competencies are globally in global demand and that can be applied almost everywhere, I think quite soon the whole program also acquired the approach that also these professionals and a bit lower level skills are part of this group. And now what I would like to bring to this discussion is this lowest particle of this pyramid. I mean, this pyramid doesn't refer, or it refers to amount of support and services that this group needs from the government or public side. I mean, global talents, those really high-tech guys, they are taking care of their employers mostly already. But where we need really put attention in government policies is here at the bottom of the pyramid. And there we have a kind of a group that is pretty extreme in a sense that their skills are not at the level that they have a lot of negotiation power in the labor markets. That is very different from the top of the pyramid. And this is something that we should consider. I think we have this, we have work against this labor-based exploitation going on, and it has been very well noticed, but this is maybe also something that we should have a broader view. What is our idea behind promoting this group to come to Finland and their possibilities in Finland? And basically there are kind of two approaches to this specific group that we can think that it's part of this competence-based approach, and we really put effort to enhance their skills and competencies in order to them to be able to provide more value for themselves and for the regions, for the employers. or then we consider it as part of the more mix of competence-based and humanitarian policy. I mean, these are kind of a value-based decisions that we should maybe made before moving on to actions, because if we have actions and practical choices, what we do, we should have some kind of strong value base there behind these decisions. And this is also related to inequality between the regions, because many regions, rural, small towns, there is need for this labor without such a high skills. Of course, they are not all vulnerable or in weak positions, but I think these are really big differences between the regions that we should consider. One idea or a way to approach this kind of a challenge in the regions in the future, and how to organize the services and how to define our policies can be maybe seen through this resilience approach. I mean, resilience refers to capabilities to react sudden changes, but it also refers to capabilities to fight the long-term stressing situations. And I think this case, this is quite obvious that it's lack of labor force, which is really a huge challenge in some regions. And it's not limited to attraction, and it's not limited to actions related to attraction or integration even. But I think this resilience is a broader view to capabilities of the region to welcome these people and to integrate them both to labor market, to public services, including schools, take care, everything. I mean, if we think about this competence-based approach, we should consider it as a long-term process. So we cannot set up the policy that attracts people in order to create and strengthen our competence-based and their own capabilities. If the first part of this journey, meaning children at the school who come here with their parents, as you know, people often come with families, are not also organized in a way that promotes them success in their life in the long term. I mean, this is a very kind of a broad challenge for the regions. There are also communities and how we make them work together in these regions. And I think in resilience approach, there are kind of three different basic blocks or three different elements that we might want to look at these regions when they are promoting their competence-based policies and practices. Of course, the foresight, we should know what we need in labor market. We should be able to consider who are coming, when they are coming, in order to provide services. And when we talk about all the regions in Finland, we should realize that there are also very small units organizing these services. Who is responsible of knowing everything in advance? Who is in responsibility to organize the services and provide the competencies needed? So this is kind of a broad questions, and capabilities refer, for example, beyond this attraction and integration practices in school skills and competencies in schools and daycare, and also housing sectors, how to respond these changes and in a productive way. And as we have noticed during the maybe last 5 years, also these very sudden and big changes are more like a business as usual than any surprises. So we should have this kind of a resilience and capability to react big and quick changes in a productive and very kind of a positive way. And one thing that is often brought up with this resilience is cohesion, which is kind of or trust actually. How we create trust among the different actors, different groups, in order to, on the one hand, to provide these services together in the region, because this is also kind of a challenge that in this competence-based immigration policy, there are now many actors involved who haven't before considered themselves as a part of this machinery or system that provides help and services for the immigrants at any sense. So it's also this kind of a changing the roles of different actors, both on business side and public side and among the communities. So this is kind of a creating cohesion, not only among the immigrants and the people in the region, but also among the actors who are responsible of providing these services and practices. So this is basically the message or kind of ideas that I think are worth considering more in detail in the future when these programs and policies are provided and also implemented especially. So it's on the one hand how this responsible approach is visible in different parts of that policy and practice, and also how these regional differences are considered in this context. And I think this resilience provides one way to do it. So, going towards this responsible competence-based immigration policy, I think we have these three different parts, and when we put them together, I think we have we can again be glad about the achievements of the policy program after next 5 years maybe. But that's my speech for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mika. And you got a comment in the chat saying very interesting point of view. So, thank you. Well, our next speakers come from Business Finland. And she is an international talent with Finnish roots and is an expert on supporting companies in their internationalization journey. So let's take a look at what concrete steps and tools are needed for a smooth path towards successful internationalization. Very hard word in the morning, thank you. So please, she's already on stage, but let's give her a warm applause. Manager of Diversity and Talent Boost Network, Regina Ainla.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. Yes, it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me, and thank you to the organizers. I think this year has been organized very, very professionally. And I love the stage because I can see you all here. So I will start, and then Joonas will come show you something visual of our concrete services. But this is a very big title to fill, and I hope that after this presentation, we can all think of what could be the actual concrete steps and how we can broaden this. But just to reiterate what was said already, because you know repetition is the key of knowledge, right? So this is where we are, and I will give you a minute to read. Maybe a second. So perhaps you already have noticed this, but we are at a brink of a big change. We are here, and digitalization is pushing us forward, and it's pushing our companies as well. The companies, they have to be more resilient, as was mentioned already. They are more global, although they are functioning here in a small Finland far away in the Nordic. They are very export-oriented, actually. So that means that inside, they need to be able to meet the challenges of the world. And we also know that the welfare state is going through a change. We are thinking of, do we actually need a welfare state? Will I receive my pension? So this is a very big, actually, burden for our society. We need to think of how to meet this, this problem that we have, this challenge, and actually an opportunity. Which angle should we take there? It creates a lot of uncertainty. And a lot of the uncertainty is actually targeted towards international people because they are seen sometimes as the challengers of the system. They bring about a problem, but they are also one part of the solution. And then we also have to consider that the future that we see, if we move on this list, it's very uncertain. We don't actually know how this Ukrainian crisis or war will end. We don't know what tomorrow will bring in that sense. Inflation is going up, and we need to consider these things rationally, because we are here creating an ecosystem. We are here to equip the companies. We are here to equip the talents. And what is this tomorrow that we build them for? We need to think about what is the actual way of activating the companies, because they hold the workplaces, they hold the solutions. And the thing is, all of this is already known. And if I jump to the next one, we all know this, that happy people produce happy products. Why is this important? If you go to a social service office and the worker is unhappy, what kind of a service will they give you? If you go to a kindergarten or a daycare or a school and the teacher is unhappy, how will they treat your children? What about the food you buy? Is it thrown on there, sort of, here's your food, take it? Or is it like, thank you? And service is important because we pay for it. Finland has very high tax on service area. These are important things because companies are the ones who produce the service. Most of us here are probably in the public sector. Can I have a show of hands, actually, who are here and are Talent Boost, part of Talent Boost ecosystem? You are working for this cause. Yes, here we are. Most of us in this room, in these events, are a part of this network. And the problem is that we don't actually reach outside our network. We don't reach the companies. We reach the talents, they're always in abundance, but we don't reach the companies. So this is why we are here, and we need to think about the company side. So to your right and my left, we have the framework of diversity in the background. This is what we claim based on what companies have said. They have said that in the heart of it, it is the readiness of the leadership, but the reasons why they cannot hire a person is in these light blue. So there's trouble in recruitment. It's all the bureaucracy. The permits don't come on time. We don't know how to manage these people. What if they speak Chinese and I don't? What if they speak better English than I do? What if they just don't speak anything and I don't know how to manage them? Or my team speaks Finnish and this person speaks Swedish. And they want to have their coffee time at a separate time than we usually have. These are small things, but they're concrete things. And if we think about the companies that actually are in trouble, we are not talking about Supercell or companies that are able to, by language or their marketing, reach these talents and reach their markets. They're able to sell as well because they have a good brand. We are talking about the companies that actually need our service, and we as a public sector are here to help these people. And people make the company, so we are helping the people, and the people have trouble. So if we think about this, and they all know, the white on the outside, they all know the diversity. We see it trending on LinkedIn, hashtag diversity this, hashtag company culture. But who is it trending to? Who is the one liking? It's us. It's the other diverse people. It's the same people in the same circles, and we don't reach the people outside. And we have realized that in our research that was conducted by my colleague Joonas and Innolink, and it was published in the beginning of summer, we realized that the companies that actually have international talent, they do better. They did better during COVID. And if they had international talent in position of power or position of affluence, meaning that the talents were hired into position of their actual educational background, they were able to influence the structure of the company. And they were able to bring more growth to the company. And if the time of that change was longer, meaning that the person worked not only a couple of months, but they were there for a couple of years, the growth was actually exponentially higher. That research is available, so you're welcome to read it. It's one of the only Finnish research we have that connects diversity to money. And companies, they are there to make business. They are not the welfare state. Sometimes I think it would be nice if all of us thought about this collective, responsibility that was mentioned here as well. But if you are a business, you are there taking care of your colleagues or your workers. You are making money. This is why you are a business. Otherwise, you would work for the social welfare side and do it for salary, right? So we need to consider, and we cannot blame the companies anymore for this, because it's a hard thing to do, actually. Diversity is not easy. If it was easy, we, the public sector, would hire more international people who don't speak the language, or they speak kökkösuomi, they speak some of it, right? So a challenge, I'm throwing it on to you. Hire more, representation counts. And moving on from here, because we all know this, so just to quote Homer, in unity there is strength. Going back to our Greek philosophers, there is strength in unity. We are a small country. Our brand is good, but to be honest, it is not that good. It is not that good because we are a small country, and we need to do this together. I understand we have regional, regional struggles because we sort of take the same people from one place to the other. They move from one city to the other. Same with companies. They move from one company to the other. But we need to understand that this challenge, it is not internal, it is external. We are in a global challenge, and we as Finland are very small. We need to unite. We need to see this together. And that's why what was mentioned here, regionality, is super important, because here on the legislative level, we set the structure, we set the framework, and we talk about what it could be, but this is a big bubble. The companies don't know what this actually means. A lot of even our own Talent Boost Network people do not know what Talent Boost means, because they think that it's a program. It's one program with a beginning and an end. But this is it's like a wave. It's a focus area. It's an umbrella. And under it are the hands that do the work, and that is you. That is the Talent Boost Network people. It's the regional hubs, it's the international houses, and each regional hub is different depending on the people that are in their region. Not every hub needs to have an international house. Some of them need to have someone calling the companies. Jukka, otatko tästä yhden? No niin, mä tuon sen fyysisesti. I will bring this person to your company for a coffee. Some places need that. Other places are more university student oriented. And we need to consider this as a strength, and we need to do it together. So in Work in Finland, which was mentioned here before, Talent Boost Work in Finland unit, together with Kehakeskus, which is now the new direction, we will try to build the framework so you, talent boosters, could carry out your work better in a structured way. Because if we repeat the same thing over and over, and it's a project, it has a beginning and an end, it means that the services will come to an end without decisive results. Think of it from the company side. They start somewhere, it took time for them to get worked up. Okay, now I know what this means. They go somewhere, they build a network, and then it ends, but there's no continuation. And this is what a lot of Finnish services are. Unfortunately, they are projects and they are not continuing. So we hope to build a framework where the companies can go from one step to the other and build their capabilities. Because in the end, the problem will be solved by the ones having the jobs, right? And it's the companies. They are the ones producing the jobs. They are the ones who also produce the growth in economy. And to reiterate, because repetition is key, I use the same image. So who are these Talent Boost Network people? It is all of us. We are very different. Different in appearance, different in our structure, different in size of the company, different in our function, but we are all important, and it's imperative, because unfortunately the government cannot carry this alone. It's actually every person that is in this room, every person online, I know you're there, we all have a role. We are ambassadors of Talent Boost. It's in our own conversations. The Finnish people in the room, you are ambassadors to your networks, your colleagues, your alumni, the ones who do not think the way that you do. They might think you're weird. Your sauna conversations matter. And if you have time, join mentorship programs. Take someone in, invite them to the social capital that you have. You think it doesn't matter, but the sauna trips, the mökki trips, the little coffee times, connecting, hey, this is my friend and he does this, it gives people an opening into the social capital, and it provides opportunity, and it diversifies Finnish culture organically. And we are spread out all over Finland, as the maps showed before. So think of this, we have a lot of opportunity. And these are just like official hubs. It does not mean that there's not people in the other parts that don't have a dot. If you're there, you are very important. You can create a dot on the map. So put on your Talent Boost hat, your whole Talent Boost outfit, and go there, empowered to do this work. And we are almost out of time, but I wanted to tell you about the services that we have quickly, and I will gladly open them up for you more. But these are just to mention some of the national services. So every region has their own services, as I said, based on the needs of the service sector, and also based on the service providers. But we have talent funding, and it is being renewed and will open up again in the beginning of next year. My colleague Min, maybe Min's hand, where is Min? Min is here. Yes, Min is there on the balcony. You are welcome to speak to Min about this, or myself. But it is basically to fund companies to hire international talent to do market research for them, or build their internal capabilities. It is not to do the coding itself, but it is to research the opportunities of developing the company internally. Then we have the workinfinland.com, which Joonas will come to tell you and show you about. And then there will be workinfinland.fi actually moving on, which will be targeting the Finnish company side. Then at the moment we have Jobs in Finland, which will link to that page, and that's the platform where we have all the English-speaking jobs. They are pooled in there. It is free of charge to both the company and the talent. Please use it, tell companies and talents about this. Then we have events like this one, and then other national, international events. If you are a part of a talent hub, please tell me about the events so we can keep them updated. There's mentorship programs. If you have a mentorship program happening, let me know about that as well, so I could also tell people about it. There's language training, and there's the Kieliboosti as well that will tell you more about languages on one web page. And Sanni is here. You can speak to her about this. Sanni is over there. Yep. It's a new project coming up. The relocation services are here, which Marina will come and tell you about. The Imago, which Marjorika, I don't know if she's online, but Imago has been great. It has helped companies to sort of train themselves on how to market, because packaging matters. We choose products based on packaging. And same with talents. The paradigm has shifted. Talents choose companies based on their packaging. And then we have Work in Finland Employer Helpline. Hopefully Harry and the team are online to help you. If not, I can tell you about that. And then we also have startup services, meaning that we create pathways for startup founders. But this was in a nutshell. Thank you very much. I will be here to network. Connect to me on LinkedIn. And I hope to have a lot of concrete conversations of next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Regina. And we got a question from the chat, where to access this study?
The study?
Yes.
Yes, it's in Finnish, the study, because it's targeted to Finnish companies, and we have found that often companies don't read if it's in English. Joonas, do you remember the link? If not, tell me, I will send you a link.
You can put it in the Brella chat.
I will put it in the Brella, yes.
And there was also a comment, nice to address the importance of happiness along with all services companies and organizations offer. So thank you, and hopefully all the Finns here took your words to the heart. We are the ambassadors. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next speaker has a long experience with country branding and knows the value of analytics and data. So please welcome to the stage Business Development Manager Joonas Halla.
Thank you so much. Oh, okay. I'm a former travel guide, so I put the microphone right here. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here today. I've been working a lot with analytics and data and knowledge management, but today I'm here to tell you that yesterday was my birthday. Yesterday we launched the new Work in Finland website, so that's the key why I'm here. I'm going to show you a short launch video in a while, but I'm going to go back and tell you a little bit more how we got there. This has been a year-long journey. We started by discovering where we want to be, by benchmarking our competition, looking at what could be our market position when it comes to call to action journey or informative journey or inspirational journeys. The discover phase was really important to look at when we want to position Finland. Then together with our key partners, we also started to move towards a common vision of what we want to create. Looked at the design elements and actually created the Work in Finland brand while starting this website project, which was really crucial for us to do. And in the end, of course, after design comes build-up, and right now we have gone through quite a number of build-up phases here, and actually yesterday the launch for the talent site workinfinland.com came to live, and luckily it is still up and running, so please go and see that site. On the 8th of December we are launching the employer site, like Regina told, the .fi. It will be like minimal viable product to start with, and both for the talent side and for the company side, it's going to be a continuous DevOps project moving forward. So here you see the structure that we are going to have. Basically, we want to motivate why choose Finland. We want to showcase how to get started, and we also want to show what kind of jobs are available in Finland. And we are using Jobs in Finland as a motor. It's an AI-backed job portal where we combine jobs. We don't post jobs there, but we combine from multiple sources and use AI to kind of nip out the job postings that require Finnish language. It's meant to be only jobs that can be done in English. The employer side will be quite limited in the first place, but next year we're continuing the development of the employer side. So quite a holistic user journey. Every customer journey is unique. So by no means I'm saying that this is the only way to come, but a lot needs to be done for Finland's country brand. We are a small country. We need to raise awareness of Finland, and obviously by launching a site, we want to do that and guide talents to come here. We want to build trust in the process. We want to be visible for how long does it take to come to Finland by the permit processes. We want to kind of match talents with jobs that are available, and obviously the relocation path is I'd say the most important one. Most important because the journey combines there. Both the employers and the talents, they need to understand what they need to do to come here, because the talents are asking the employers as well, like, what do I need to do next? So the employers need to understand as well how talents come to Finland. But I have very limited time, and I want to show you just a quick glimpse on the communication plan. We are next year, there's no idea for us to start doing big marketing campaigns when Father Christmas is coming soon. Nobody's going to look at our marketing campaigns, so all our big campaigns towards talents globally and towards Finnish companies, they are going to start in January next year. So thank you. Hopefully you can spin the video.
The world's happiest country isn't just a great place to live, it's also a wonderful place to work. That's why we created workinfinland.com, the official Finnish website for international talent attraction. With help from both public and private organisations, the first iteration of this one-stop shop website simplifies the recruitment, job search and relocation process in Finland. It empowers job seekers with information on everything from housing and healthcare, welfare and benefits, work-life balance and career development, while also helping employers to recruit international talent. Emphasising Finland's status as a stable, innovative and sustainably minded nation, with strong work-life balance and employee-friendly working hours, this brand new website will be regularly updated to position Finland as a highly desirable place to live and work, and promote Work in Finland as the main resource for international recruitment to Finland. Whether you're a Finnish employer looking to grow your company or a skilled foreign professional in search of new horizons, workinfinland.com will be your go-to destination to find help and information while being inspired by how others have built their careers in Finland or recruited a diverse and productive international team based here. Build your dream team or discover yourself in Finland on workinfinland.com.
Well, that is going to be a game changer. Good job. So how are you all doing? I know we have a busy schedule and a lot of talkers and your brains are probably not following the thing, so are we all right? Yes, okay. Remember that while you're sitting down, you can, stretch a little bit so to keep the brain flow going. All right, let's move on with the program. Our next speakers come from the Satakunta TE office, and they will share with us their success story on a joint recruiting project in healthcare and how they found skilled labor within EU and successfully relocated employees and their families to Finland. So please welcome to the stage EURES advisor Taina Tuovinen and service director Satu Remmer.
Okay, greetings from Satakunta, and let's go hunting for practical nurses. It has been challenging to find skilled labor force under the last few years, and especially the last 2 years has been difficult time for many employers in almost every sector in our area, and the situation is similar in whole Finland. We have now more jobs vacant and at the same time less unemployed job seekers than in the current measuring time since 2006. The healthcare sector has been suffering in the last few years of the lack of skilled employees, and during the COVID-19, this has been even worse every year. We have been in close contact with healthcare institutes and tried to find solutions. In discussions, the international labor force aspect has been in focus because the native healthcare job seekers' resources has been limited. Also, the educational institutes have been active to find multiple ways to increase the amount of students in healthcare studies and also to find solutions to find employees abroad. We have close connections and good cooperation in the Satakunta area between Employment Office and the educational institutes. On this basis, we have decided to put together our knowledge about the international recruiting processes and employment services. International labor force recruitment is an inevitable option for many employers to solve their problems to find skilled labor force. The employers are of same opinion about this fact, but in practice, the line has been still too high for many employers to get started to change their enterprise functions, multilingual and multicultural. Last year has been somehow game-changing time when companies and public employers have become more interested in to begin to adjust their functions and recruit abroad because national resources to get employees are quite limited. The support of cooperative actors like EURES services has been in focal point, and the trust to our EURES advisors' support during the whole process is important. Like in this case, hunting for practical nurses from Spain, Taina's commitment has been in high value. The success factors in proceeding this specific international recruitment case can be listed as follows. Number 1, close and long-term network cooperation between all actors, public and private, in the area, and the support of the national EURES administration by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment of Finland. Number 2, the common targets and objects by the all actors and the genuine commitment and motivation to find solutions. Number 3, strong substantial experience about the international recruiting process and knowledge of the services available concerning immigration and settling in Finland. Number 4, support to the employers and employees so that they can rely that recruiting and settling in the area will flow and the help can be provided in all situations. And number 5, it's also very important that EURES advisors have the support of their own organization. And I have found it also very important that Taina keeps me at the state of time what is going on. Acting like this, she is in many ways my leader too. Now it's Taina's turn. Please tell us about the process and the experiences, how we found practical nurses from Spain to work in the Satakunta area.
Yes, thank you, Satu. And I will tell you something about the practical side of this project. So it had all started in February 2021 when a couple of employers had contacted the vocational school Vinnova in Pori. They have told that they have a big need of practical nurses, so could Vinnova please help them to find some. Of course, Vinnova said yes, that we will help you, and they had started on planning the project. It was about end of April 2021 when they contacted me that could you please join us, that we would like to find practical nurses from somewhere in Europe. We had a meeting with all the 8 employers who were interested in the project, and they decided that they would like to get information from Bulgaria and Spain. So I contacted those 2 countries. Bulgaria said, no thank you, we are not interested, we have shortage on practical nurses. Spain answered me, yes, of course we will help you. What will we do? When will we start? So the summer 2021, autumn 2021, we planned further on the project, the country of origin training and things like that. And finally, in the middle of December last year, the vacancies were published in Spain. By the end of the application time, I had 367 CVs and application letters from Spain, and they were all practical nurses or nurses. I also had about 100 applications and CVs from South America, Northern Africa, and other third countries. So last year in February, we organized 4 webinars for those applicants in Spain about living and working in Finland. We had interviews and the selections were made. We had 40 vacancies open and the employers selected 34 people. Then what happened? The Ukraine happened. And 14 of those selected sent me emails that, sorry, we won't come to Finland, it's too dangerous. My son saw a TikTok video that Putin will attack Finland next week. So only 20 we had left. They started the country of origin training in mid-March this year, and they had the language test a couple of days before midsummer. Everyone passed the test, so it went well. They started moving to Finland in July, and everyone started working at the employers on August the 1st. I met part of them last week, and they were so happy. I asked them that, are you afraid of being in Finland now that everything what's happening in Ukraine? And no, we are not afraid. Nothing will happen. We are happy here. We are safe here. Some of their families in Spain are a little bit excited about the situation, but not the nurses. They are now studying more in Finnish language and also about some sections from the practical nurses studies in Finland. They are a bit different from theirs. They will be here at least until the end of 2023. But I just heard a couple of days ago, for example, little municipal of EURES had 5 new Spanish practical nurses coming, but altogether 19 Spaniards moved into the municipal. And one of the families actually had bought a house last week. So they are not going to get back to Spain very soon. So we have thought that this has been quite a success. People have moved here and they seem to be enjoying themselves. They have their kids at school, they have their even grannies with them, and they are happy, and they were looking forward to seeing some snow. Thank you.
Thank you, Taina and Satu, and what an inspiring example. So hopefully, if you are inspired as well, you will go and talk to them during our mingling session. Well, we'll continue with this theme as we move from Satakunta all the way to the other side of Finland, all the way to South Karelia. Our next speaker acts as an important link between Asia and South Karelia, but how? Let's find out. Please welcome to the stage from the Regional Council of South Korea, Project Manager Ding Ma.
Thank you, Jasmine. Wow, there's a lot of you on here, right? So it's going to be a challenge for me to limit the talking to 15 minutes because I come from Eastern Finland these days. So. Yeah, we are talkative. But yeah, I'm going to tell you a little about the campaign, what we did. And my key message will be that by differentiating, by finding your own story, even with a very limited resource, but motivated team, you can have your own success in somehow. So yeah, attracting talents and their families from Asia to South Karelia. Before telling you more about the campaign itself, one slide about myself, not to share the CVs, but just to tell you that a person who has been living in the metropolitan cities as Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen in China, also in Finland from Turku to Helsinki, but now moved to Lappeenranta. I'm very proud to say I have found my home in Lappeenranta, and I hope this is an example of how international talent can be relocated, can find their home, their real roots, not only in the big cities, but actually in any city in Finland, in Lappeenranta, in Vaasa. Every project has its foundation, right? So thanks to EU, we had this South Karelia Asian Knowledge Hub project, which has the general idea that South Karelia region want to profile itself as a forerunner in the cooperation between Finland and Asia. Again, Asia is huge. So we try to narrow down a little bit, talking about China and Japan, still huge places, right? And we had one person doing that. But still, when you look at the time frame, you will find one challenging point because these projects started when the pandemic actually started globally. So we had the idea, which is the first, how to build the Asian Knowledge Hub is to have the strategic cooperation between the university in China and Finland. Oh, shit, the board was closed. But the good thing was, in already 2019, we started the discussions with several universities, and we were very glad actually in 2019 December, due to also my last visit to China, we had the agreement signed with one of the Chinese university called Hebei University of Technologies. What happened? Anything, well, not saying anything, but still like new cooperation, new leads, new initiatives with Asian countries, pretty much impossible to start online. But we were lucky we had this offline cooperation started already, and things actually went very smooth, even through we had a global pandemic going on. So at the moment, now, after the 3 years, we are having actually at the moment 4 new English taught bachelor degrees started in Lappeenranta and Lahti, so Lut University. Around at the moment, around 300, 350 students from China, and most importantly, over 100 students from other international countries. So these are not programs built for Chinese degree students, but these are truly international programs, what we have built from 0 to full at the moment in 2 years. Well, what else? The second point is about investment attraction from China, Japan. Oh, shit again, the board was closed, right? So how can you do FDIs with new partners if you cannot go to them? Well, we participate on the EU level cooperation, but still, we need to find new ways, right? I'm going to tell you what we did just in a bit. But before that, in 2020, what we did was also that we went online. Everyone went online, right? We had 1 million of webinars, and surprise, surprise, we had also different kind of webinars with our partners about the ecosystem in China, about the entrepreneurship there, about different kind of industries. We had webinars of machinery industry, about the clean tech industry, etc., etc., etc. But these are webinars, right? So you get the general information, but what else? Well, we were actually the first to start this podcast. Everyone was also doing podcasts during the COVID time. I don't know why, but I'm listening when I'm cleaning and when I'm jogging and so on. So we were like, oh heck, why don't we make it as well? So the first China-themed podcast in Finnish was online. And I'm very glad that we had not only me talking, but we have the great guests from the ministry, from the Bank of Finland, but most importantly, from the private sectors. So all of these guests in the podcast are having over 10 years, 20 years of experience of Chinese business markets. And we did this first season, we would say, oh heck, it was pretty fun. And we did the second season, actually. So these can be found on Spotify and other platforms still with the hashtag Idän ihme. Idän ihme like Saipa, you know, the hockey team in Lappeenranta. Oh, you don't. Yeah, they're doing great, yeah. Anyway, so in the summer 2021, we were thinking that the border is not going to open very soon. I was talking about reaching out, but when we cannot go there, what we should do? We should maybe invite them to come to Finland, right? Because the restriction is not so tight in Finland. Oh. Rambare. So what we did is we started the discussion about this 3 months by Lake Saimaa to invite the talents from Japan and Hong Kong to come into our region. And if someone thinks This is pretty much same than Helsinki did. Actually, it is pretty much the same idea, and we had a discussion, great discussion with the city of Helsinki as well, how to share the concept. So the general target, number one, is to create the buzz in selected target groups, which arise awareness, interest, and hopefully also the positive image of South Karelia region. Number two, we are really hoping that those who are selected, when they come, they will enjoy their time in Finland, so they also see the summer, not only the slush time with darkness, water, cold, and everything. So actually the weather was perfect this summer. And also, as someone's talked about the brand ambassadors, we are also hoping that they will be our brand ambassadors when they go back to their countries and to share the knowledge, to share their experience. And the third one, proof of concept. And this one, I want to emphasize that the general idea when we started this is also to create a proof of concept that can be shared in Finland to any region, that can be reused in targeting other target groups. We are going to target the Italian and Germany targets next. So that is something when we create some concept, that is something we can share after this. And in this campaign, we had the selected target groups as green tech, researchers, professionals, without family, entrepreneurs, investors, and the selected target countries was Japan and Hong Kong, China. And the biggest reason here, again, is thanks to the visa waiver programs. They are easier to come. They don't need to go through the visa application process. And you can find here the website is still live. There are nice videos, smart scenes maybe on the website, so you can check that out. What services we gave, we promised to our applicants: relocation services, general support in documentations, the network, the help in finding the housing, the help in finding the child daycare places, and so on, and also the future plans. But I want to emphasize here that all the comers, they cover themselves of the costs. So that is a huge commitment by them already in the starting point. Some of the results, nothing is done without the partnership, and we had a partnership with MFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Embassy in Tokyo, and also the Consul General in Hong Kong, thank you, as well as the Finnish Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong. So this was somehow the governmental partners which are important, especially in these target countries, to create the credibility of the campaign itself. Over 20 media coverage in Finland, Yle News, Yle TV, regional newspapers, in Japan, Nippon News, in Hong Kong, South China Morning Post, and so on. And what we had achieved here is that we didn't pay for the media coverage. The media coverage was all generated by the interested content itself. Over 110 applicants from Japan and Hong Kong, and 7 was selected, and 7 was those families who came to Lappeenranta in the region of South Karelia during this summer 2022. Yeah, we are living in 2022, yeah. And over 55 different kind of programs what we made for them. Meetings, events, visiting the companies, the municipalities, but also visiting with different associations and third-party actors. And also we matched 7 local families for them, and to my understanding, it was a great match because there was a lot of kids coming here and they want to have new mates, new sport clubs, etc. So, actually, last month, when the world was opening again, I had a chance finally to visit Japan and to meet some of these talents who was here doing the campaign. And I think the most the greatest things what I gathered from this meeting was that everyone enjoys their time in Finland. Everyone actually has a new continuing lead or connection with Finland after this program. Ono-san, who is a forest scientist, he is gathering a group to buy forests from Finland. I was like, yeah, we have a lot of forests in South Karelia, come and buy. Koji-san, who is an ICT executive, is going to shift to the clean tech business and is going to invest into one of the clean tech company in our region. Go Koji and Yoko and Ken-san, they are going to sell saunas in Japan. I was like, yeah, that's a big thing. Save Havia now, thank you. So, those was the results of this campaign. And here I want to share some key takeaways just for you. And I have 3 minutes, which is more than enough. Number one, talent attraction and acquisition is critical for any region in Finland. It actually is critical for any country in the world. So what we should do, domestic competition is a zero-sum game, but we need to see the challenge, see the potential on the international market and reach out, as was said here by Regina, right? Relocation service chain needs strong dialogue and commitment, both from public but also the private sectors. Everyone can and eventually will affect on the experience of the talent families when they are here. We are talking not only about the public sectors, but the private sectors. That we have the co-sharing space, working space, we are having the sporting clubs, we are having the cultural events, etc., etc., etc. Differentiate and create your own unique stories to promote. Right timing, right place, right content, again, right audience. And everyone, you need to do that homework by yourself, with your region, with your city, with your company, with your department, and with yourself, actually, yeah. And the last one, this is something that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs asked me to stay to you when I was saying I'm going to talk something smart maybe to you, and that was like cooperate, cooperate, cooperate. So from the embassy point of view, they see the region from Lappeenranta is coming, the region from Vaasa is coming, the region of Helsinki, Espoo are coming, by themselves, within the same target. We need FDIs, we need talents, we need tourism. Maybe we should just act a little bit more on the home ground already, because Lappeenranta is super small place, looked from the Japan. Helsinki is as well, Finland is, so let's do things together. Thank you very much, and you can find my contact, on LinkedIn and so on, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I will start as the head of economic development in the city of Lappeenranta, so there's going to be those challenges, what you are talking about here, what you are going to face, coming to my team as well. So I'm looking forward to discuss with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. And you got a comment in the chat applauding for the podcast idea. We look at too much of our screens, and this is a great idea, so
great.
Good job. Thank you so much. Well, our next speaker, let me flip my thing and put it there. You see it with a little bit of dancing here. So, our next speaker once followed the same path as her clients, as she is an immigrant herself. We all know, obviously, because we are here, that Finland needs international talents, but how can companies prepare for this if they don't have any experience on the matter? Next, we will hear how international recruitment can be developed and improved by offering tailored services directly to the companies. So please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of Finland Relocation Services, Marina Velikova.
Hi everyone. It's so excited to see people live. It's somehow all of a sudden I feel very nervous, so bear with me. Relocation is all about, helping people to move, settle, and start working as soon as possible. That's traditionally what is meant by relocation. But the trend is, and I really think that Talent Boost and events like this have made it much more and more have taken the sustainable part of this, that basically well-integrated professional immigrants do enrich our society, and they contribute quite much more than just being additional set of hands helping us. More and more we are also being aware that there is not just this one person moving, there is also their whole family. So this is a big decision, and integrating the whole family is actually quite important. I have the honor today to talk about how a relocation partner can help to make this easy and smooth. And I thought that I'll do this by tackling again some of the classic myths that are connected to relocation and seem to be still one of the hurdles why companies are still hesitant sometimes to do the recruitment. Myth number 1, relocation takes too much time. Like any recruitment process, there is some steps that you need to handle. There is some bureaucracy, and I like this also that many of the speeches before me are more and more talking about cooperation. And yes, there is a big puzzle that we need to set. But if you know your immigration, all the local authority registration processes, if you know all the steps, then it's actually quite straightforward. Actually, this year, the fast-track processing has brought quite considerable improvement for the immigration process, especially for specialists. And it even more also brings the importance of doing your paperwork right, so that everything goes very quickly. And there is a lot to work on, but there is very huge steps that have been also already taken. Immigration and relocation requires too much paperwork. Yes, there is always some paperwork that needs to be done, but again, if you know all the steps and all the things that you need to prepare, which a good partner should prepare you for, then everything goes very smoothly. One thing that we have also noticed when talking to our customers is that there is a different approach to immigrants, that authorities, they have the customer service approach to immigrants, which is not common. And I think that we forget to be proud of this, that we are actually there to help immigrants and not to give them another paper to fill in and create more hurdles. Global hiring is risky. Well, like any recruitment process, it does bring any risks. Actually, studies show that global mobility does improve, and Regina also showed quite a lot of very concrete examples how I'm very proud of the study that has been done, that actually diversity and this kind of international environment boosts the productivity of companies. Relocation from point of view of talent is also seen as a career move. So usually people who move, take this big decision and move, they are very much more dedicated. And smooth relocation, of course, plays a very important part, is a very important part of the onboarding process. So it's also very essential for the retention of talent. Myth number 4, hiring internationally is expensive. Like any recruitment, yes, again, there is a cost, but consider the price of leaving the position unfilled or having a prolonged recruitment process that is including a lot of direct search and headhunting services. Compare also the option of hiring the wrong skill set that might be actually much more expensive, doing all the learning and teaching, and then coming to the conclusion that maybe it would have been much more effective to hire the right skill set right away. And nowadays, when there is services available for these kind of things, it is actually possible to budget and prepare for this in advance. So it helps companies to keep this under control. Relocation support packages are not necessary, or yeah, that's easy. Everybody needs to do it, so we can do it ourselves or leave the talent to do it. Yes, many of those things need to be done one way or another. All the paperwork needs to be done, but you need to consider that relocation is a very stressful moving especially if you have your family along. It's a very big move, so there's a lot of stress involved. If there is support, and this is also from point of the company point of view, if you have planned and you're well prepared for this, it really ensures that you have a successful move. There is no extra delays. Everything goes as smooth as possible. There is the support that you need at that stage. And again, smooth relocation is very important part of the talent retention. So, where to start? I'm here to share also concrete example of what support is offered to companies right now. This is a project that I'm very proud of because it also showcases the power of combining public and private sectors. So there is currently available EU funding via the Course Towards Finland project, or in Finnish Kokka kohti Suomea, which means that there is fund that is available for settling in services for companies that are doing their first recruitments from abroad. There is three customized packages that small and medium-sized companies can choose from, and they're meant to support for 1 or 2 relocation cases, basically the first steps when they're taking the first steps. The first package is always included. It includes all the paperwork, all the administrative things that need to be handled, and all the basically the puzzle that is involved there. In addition, there is a second package available, the home finding package that helps with finding a rental home and all the practicalities around that, the rental agreement and other details. And then there is also the family support. If the person is coming with family and with a partner or the spouse, there is the third service package that includes support for the spouse to take her first day, I'm saying her because unfortunately our customer base is currently quite homogeneous. We have a lot of male employees relocating with their female spouses, but I really hope that this changes. So the support is up to 80% of the service package, and the maximum value is €5,000, depending on the selected packages. Who can apply for this support? It's aimed for small and medium-sized companies that are registered in Finland. They're doing their first recruitment, or not first actually, they're recruiting an employee from abroad that is coming with an employment contract that is for at least 1 year. The company hasn't received any financial or aid for similar activities, and then is also meeting the requirements for receiving de minimis aid. There is more information available at kohtisome.fi, and we have also, we would like to show you one reference case that shows actually the company's representatives are sharing their experience from this case. Video, please. Thank you.
Olen Ilse Manner ja toimin Nomenttialla henkilöstöjohtajana. Nomenttia toimii Cash ja Treasury Managementin tämmöisellä hyvin kapealla toimialalla, mutta sitten niin kuin laajemmin ajateltuna niin voisi ajatella, että me ollaan softatalo, eli meillä on omat tuotteet, joita me sitten niin kuin erityisesti Euroopan markkinalla toimitetaan. Meillä on kansainvälisiä työntekijöitä Intiasta, Venäjältä, Puolasta. Haasteet ulkomailta rekrytointiin liittyy tietysti siihen, että jollain tavalla se side siihen ihmiseen tuntuu ohuemmalta. Mä koen, että nyt nimenomaan koronan myötä se kuitenkin on ehkä poistunutkin jopa, koska kaikenlainen rekrytointi on viime vuodet tehty Teamsin välityksellä ja me ollaan pyritty sitten vaan rekrytointiprosessissa, johon on mun myötä tuotu esimerkiksi testaaminen mukaan, niin tekemään siitä mahdollisimman jotenkin kattava ja sitä ihmissuhdetta sen ihmisen kanssa jo rakentava. Yrityksen ulkopuolinen apu tämmöisissä työntekijöiden relokatioissa on kyllä ihan korvaamatonta sen takia, että siihen liittyy paljon kaikenlaista viranomaiskuviota, josta täytyy olla hyvin ajantasasta tietoa, jotta osaa toimia oikein niin, että se prosessi sujuu mahdollisimman iisisti ja se syö resursseja kuitenkin, jotka tällaisessa yrityksessä on aika pienet, niin se avun käyttäminen siihen on ihan ratkaisevan tärkeää. Meidän Suomeen tullutta työntekijää käytännön asioissa hoitaa hyvin pitkälti meidän partneri Finland Relocation Services, eli me on ostettu sieltä sellaiset paketit, kai niitä voisi sanoa, jossa ihan niin kuin autetaan asunnon hankkimisessa ja näin poispäin. Ja tietysti me yrityksenä autetaan sitten niin kuin missä vaan ikinä voidaan ja ollaan mukana siinä kotoutumisessa. Palautteen perusteella, mitä on saanut työntekijöiltä, niin he ovat antaneet erittäin hyvää palautetta, että on tuntunut siltä, että on hyvissä käsissä ja suorastaan voisiko sanoa, että ehkä sellaisia ylitsevuotavia kiitoksiakin on tullut siitä, että ei ole tarvinnut miettiä, että mitä nyt tapahtuu ja mitä tarvitaan mihinkin, vaan on saanut informaatiota ja on ollut selvää, mitä pitää milloinkin toimittaa, mikä on seuraava steppi ja näin poispäin. Suosittelen tosi lämpimästi, että jos vaan katsoo, että täyttää ne kriteerit ja on työvoiman tarpeessa, niin kyllä mä rohkaisisin siihen, että lähtee katsomaan Suomen rajojen ulkopuolelle ja hyödyntää tällaisia palveluja. Ja se toisaalta varmistaa sen, että ne palvelut myöskin kehittyy ja ehkä jopa kasvaa.
Thank you so much, Marina, and it's so great that we have these services available. Well, let's get back to Vaasa. Well, we are here. Some of you are in Brella, so wherever in the world. Our next speakers come from very different backgrounds, but they still have many things in common. They have worked hard and gotten their foot between the Finnish work market. Many internationals come and go and nobody knows about them, but luckily we do have programs that help talents to find their place here in Finland. And here to share their inspiring story, please welcome to the stage Vaasa International Talents alumni Hagar Elbarbary and Pablo Cisneros Chavira.
Each year, hundreds of international students come to Vaasa to get a university degree. And of course, many of them want to stay in Vaasa and in Finland after graduation. But they end up facing the cold reality that finding a job is way more complicated than it seems. And the lack of both personal and professional networks makes it even more complicated. Well, we are two of those students that came to get a degree here.
Hello everyone, my name is Hagar Elbarbary. I came to Vaasa in 2019 to do my master's in peace and conflict studies here at Obo Academy University. And before that, I already established my career in media and journalism as a news producer back in Egypt. So I was thinking that I'm halfway, and finding a job that is relevant to my background here wouldn't be that difficult. But guess what? I was completely wrong. I kept sending applications to different companies and then open applications to another organizations. But the only reply I was receiving is that, thank you, you're not among the selected applicants. Well, after quite long period of frustration and self-doubting, I got to realize that I'm not alone. And most of us internationals here have been going through this struggling phase of our life here in Finland. Right, Pablo?
You are completely right. You're not alone there. Hello, everyone. My name is Pablo, and I come from Mexico. Maybe you could have guessed because of the mustache, or at least I've been said that several times. But yeah. So I originally came to Finland back in August 2019 to study the master's degree in industrial management at the University of Vaasa. And well, I luckily managed to land a job here locally at the university, by the way. But the first 2 years were very, very tough. There was COVID in between and many, many things, but like the main idea is that it was very tough. The first thing was like, what is a motivation letter? I mean, like, I had no clue that I needed one to apply for jobs, but apparently it is a thing here in Finland. In Mexico, we don't use those. But it's, don't get me wrong, it's a great thing, but I just didn't know what that was. But anyway, so it was tough because I sent probably within the first 2 years, hundreds of applications. Maybe I was getting 1 rejection out of every 10 applications, but not because the other 9 applications were accepted, but because I didn't get any reply at all. Yeah, so although a lot of doors have been opened for us foreigners here in Finland, many of those are yet to be opened.
But nothing is permanent in our life, and good things started to happen to both of us when we came through the Vaasa International Talents Program. For those of you who haven't heard about the program, Vaasa International Talents Program is a joint initiative carried out by 5 universities here in Vaasa in cooperation with the Talent Coastline Ecosystem, and it's funded by the city of Vaasa. So the main goal of the program is helping international students from various degree programs, bachelor's, master's, as well as recent graduate students, and equipping them with the necessary job tools for the job market, in addition to connecting them with the regional working live actors. The program started last year in spring 2021, and I'm actually one of the participants of this pilot group. And currently, the 3rd edition is running until spring 2023.
Well, footnote, I was part of the 2nd edition, and I joined the program as a recent graduate, by the way. But yeah, so each edition offers 25 seats, and in fact, the degree representation per edition is rather high. There's been as many as 20 degrees in 20 different degrees in English that are taught here in Vaasa in one single edition. The age range is as well very wide. There's been people 17 years old until over 40. And last but not least, the program also offers an alumni network. So this offers both current participants and former participants or alumni the opportunity to keep in touch with each other, to share experiences, share tips, suggestions, and just, you know, to have fun together and hang out. And now that we're at it, I will tell you how the program helped me personally to introduce myself or get myself into a better position in the local and maybe national job market. So first of all, a milestone was that I knew how to write a motivation letter. It was a huge struggle for me. So we got the knowledge and the skills and the tools how to better approach companies, how to better address companies, how to shape your CV, how to write your motivation letter. It helped me identify some weaknesses and strengths that I wasn't even aware I had. So this was great, and most importantly, I think I managed to, as I said, land a job and position myself in a better in the local job market.
And for me, I finally got my first internship after joining the program, and it was with the city of Vaasa. And I can tell you that everything happened after this internship for me. It was an eye-opening experience on both personal and professional levels. I got to experience how working inside a governmental Finnish organization looked like. I got to experience coffee breaks, and as a coffee lover like me, this is something I really appreciate. I feel like I'm in the right place. But putting aside the coffee, I got to understand how Finnish companies and organizations are cooperating with each other, creating a strong and unique ecosystem. And personally, I managed to show my potentials and also develop my professional networks here in Finland. So I can definitely say that the program paved the way to my career path here.
And as we just said, the program just gave us a lot of different tools and skills and knowledge that otherwise, without having them, we wouldn't be able to perhaps even find the right company, the right position for us. But there are still several things that are in our hands. Like the program gives us something, but we still need to do something for ourselves. Some of those things are, for example, to be active. We have to be, everyone has to be active, but us foreigners even more. We have to volunteer, participate, attend events, just as some of you foreigners, I guess, that are here present, are doing today. We have to be curious, because coming from abroad, many things will be new to us. So just give yourself the chance to explore, to experiment, to discover new things. You have to network and connect and to engage with your surrounding societies. And you have to remember to not be afraid of showing yourself and being yourself. You have to make the most out of your knowledge, your background, your experience, and of course the most out of yourself, what you know and what you can learn. And a reminder, if there's some international talents here around, friendly reminder, opportunities will not come to you. You have to go after them. So just keep this in mind.
I cannot agree more, Pablo. If we are talking about integration and creating job opportunities, it's not only us internationals, even if we are active and going for opportunities. And it's not only programs like Vaasa International Talents, but it's also employers. Employers are a big part of the solution. We completely understand that hiring internationals can be a challenge for many reasons. Language barriers from both sides, cultural differences, stereotypical assumptions. But whatever the reason is, it's a risk worth taking. And we are not asking for long contracts. Just 2 or 3 months of internship or summer jobs can do the job. And then you can give us the opportunity to showcase our potentials, and you as well will give yourself the opportunity to work with another mentality. And I can assure you that it will be a great added value to yourself personally and to your organization as well, professionally. And now Pablo is going to tell you how, as employer, we'll get benefited from the program.
Yes, that's right. So if there are any employers here today, let me tell you that you can get the following benefits, or at least some of the most tangible ones for you. So the program will allow you to save time in the way that you have access to already motivated and committed international human resources that are willing and eager to start working here in Finland, because after all, most of us, that's what we came, right? You can save money because the program, the Vaasa International Talents program, covers the salary costs for the internships up to 3 months. You get support, guidance, and recommendations from the program staff. Pia and Harriet are somewhere there, so they are the key people in this program, by the way. You get smooth onboarding if you happen to recruit one of the people that have been participating in the program. They have acquired the knowledge, or at least some notion on how to better adapt themselves to the Finnish working life. And most importantly, you will get the chance to upgrade your organization, because international people brings international mindset, right? So by having a wide variety of people with different backgrounds and competencies in your teams, you will have more creativity and innovation, and therefore you will become a more inclusive and more diverse organization.
Well, Finland has to compete more and more internationally and with other nations, and I'm sure that all of us know that. But now it's more than ever that we are part of the solution. So are we ready? Are you ready for that? Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hagar and Pablo, for your inspiring story, and I hope you are all ready. And you are so correct. Integration is a two-way street, so we are all needed in this. Well, time flies when you're having fun. Who is hungry? I know I am. So, a few words about lunch before I let you go. Check your name tag. If behind your name tag is a little heart that says lunch at Svenska Klubben, so that is where you're going to be eating. The rest of us, who don't have a heart, but we still love you, you're going to be eating at Strampen, okay? So, if you're going to Svenska Klubben, and when you take your coat and your jacket and everything you have, and you go down the lobby, down the stairs, you take immediate left, and it's right up there. You can't miss it. And if you're going to Strampen, so just follow the shoreline, so walk towards the sea, but don't go swimming, please. And then to the left, and then you walk a few hundred meters, and then you will find Strampen. And the lunch is included in this amazing package, so just have your name tag included. Enjoy your lunch, but be precise. I'm gonna start at 1 p.m. sharp. I'm gonna be talking here, and I want to see all you back here. So thank you for this morning. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you at 1 o'clock. No niin. Hello? Hello? No, let's not forget our manners. How was lunch? Good. Are you all, energized and full of... No, you're not full of energy. Are you energized? Yeah. 3. Thank you. Before I introduce our next speaker, some of you might have noticed that there is this lovely bag for the fruits when you go to a grocery store by the city of Vaasa in your seat. And we didn't have enough time because, we had to eat as well to deliver all of these to each seat. So if you don't have this on your seat, please take it when you are leaving this. And in the bag, just to boost your ideas and take what we've been discussing here, is this motivational mission statement. That is a new word for me. And it has been developed as a part of the Ostrobothnia Yle Center's Wellbeing at Work and Productivity for Diverse Work Communities project. And this has been financed by the Finnish Institute of Occupational Health's Work 2030 program. So put it in your workplace and look at how to find success as part of the international work community. So this is for you and the nice bag. So thank you, City of Vaasa. All right. Are we ready? Okay, 3 are ready. Paul, are you ready? He is ready. So, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And we have an exciting afternoon ahead of us. We are running a bit late, although I did say that I'm going to start at 1, but I know lunch is very important, and we can take the minutes from the mingling session then. So, let's get started without further ado. Knowledge, awareness, and understanding and embracing cultural differences is a key leadership trait in today's global economy. So our first speaker of the afternoon brings insights into diversity. Together with his organization, he has helped Finnish companies for over 2 decades to create a better understanding of cultural differences and to effectively work in international markets. So please welcome to the stage entrepreneur, trainer, and co-founder of Etelä-Pohjanmaa Work Integration for Immigrants Service, Paul Fairchild. There you go.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So I have the dream speaking slot after lunch when everybody's tummy's full and they're thinking, I could have a little snooze now. So it's my job to keep you awake for the next 20 minutes. I'll do my best to do that. As it was said, I've been working with companies in Finland for over 20 years, providing language training, sales training, and international business training, helping companies to work in international markets, and more recently, helping companies to find and integrate foreign workers. And a couple of years ago, we founded an association, an yhdistys called Etelä-Pohjanmaa WISE ry, and it's a members organisation, a members association. We have individual members, Finns and immigrants, companies, schools, and other associations. And the idea is to bring people together to increase networking. The more people you know, the more chances you are of finding workers or finding work and finding hobbies, having a good life in your local area. So that's what we do. The subject today is cultural diversity and how to overcome it in the workplace. That's a very, very broad subject. We could talk about it for hours. So I'm just going to focus on a few points. I'll continue with a few points that were made earlier on by different speakers, and these points will be continued by speakers later on. we have a plan. The first point, as was said earlier in the Business Finland speech, is it's not easy to move here. And you're all thinking, well, obviously, we know it's not easy to move here. You know that because either you have moved to a different country or you are working with people that have moved to a different country. But it's not obvious to everybody how difficult it is. I moved from England to France, to Germany twice, and to Finland. And every time after I moved, there was a point where I thought, what am I doing? Why am I here? Why didn't I just stay in England? Everything was all right at home. I don't need this stress. I don't need this challenge. Fortunately, every time in the end, I was very pleased with my decision. And those moments of doubt only lasted a short time. But for a lot of people, it's incredibly stressful. You leave your family behind, you leave your friends behind, you don't understand why things are as they are in this new country. You understand that, I understand that. A lot of employers don't necessarily understand that. If they haven't lived abroad, if they don't have a lot of international experience, they think, you were looking for a job, you have a job, everything's okay. So we need to spread this message to those that don't understand yet, that people that come to work for you from another country could be going through all kinds of stressful situations. As we know, as been said before, we're in a tough competition. Stuttgart is the example I like to give. Stuttgart is a very international place. About a third of the blue-collar workforce were born outside of Germany. So if I'm a Romanian and I'm thinking I want to go somewhere else to earn a bit more money, why not Stuttgart? There are other Romanians. I can get help from friends. German's not such a difficult language to learn, but I can get my Romanian friends to translate for me as well. And it's only a few hours on the train and I'm back at home. Or I could come to Finland, a long way away from home, with a language that seems very strange, and not so many Romanians. So, yeah, we know we have to work hard to get people here and to keep people here. But we can do it because the standard of living in Finland is very high. This is a very nice place to live. So if we get people here and we show them how nice it is, we have every possibility in the world of building our international working community. I'll talk about some challenges and then I'll talk about some possible solutions. It's difficult to get to know people. This is one thing I really want to focus on today. This is just one example of cultural challenge, but I think this is a very important challenge. If we don't solve this problem, it's going to be very, very difficult to retain our workers. Finns are hard to read. Finns don't say a lot. Finns don't use a lot of body language. Finns don't have wild facial expressions. For a foreigner, we often don't know what Finns are thinking. Are you pleased with my work? Are you not pleased with my work? You just say, okay. You know, Kimi Räikkönen said, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. And most Finnish managers agree with that. They leave their workers alone to do their work. They give them space to work. And that is a positive thing. We were talking with some Turkish young men a few weeks ago that were doing work experience in local Finnish companies, and we asked them what are positive things about working in Finland that you've learned so far, and this is one thing they said: my boss wasn't looking over my shoulder all the time. I was allowed to do my work and make my own decisions. So this is positive. But sometimes we give people too much space. We don't ask them, are you all right? Is everything going well? Because we're Finns, it's none of our business really. We let people be who they are. And again, it's positive, we don't want to interfere, but some people can understand that as you're not interested in me and you're not helping me. I was speaking to a young lady from Southern Europe. I asked her, because I knew I'd be speaking here, I said, you've been working in your company for 8 months. I want to ask, have people made you feel welcome? Have people asked you how you are? Have people invited you to do anything outside of work? And the answer was no. In 8 months, 2 people had asked her how she was. Nobody had asked her if she's got hobbies, if she's doing anything outside of work. And this is in a company of 200 people in Finland, but part of a multinational company. This is a multinational company, and still there, maybe people don't feel brave enough, or they feel, oh, it's not my place to ask. But it has to be somebody's place to ask, how are you doing, if we want people to stay. Fortunately, somebody from the company, somebody else contacted us earlier and said, could we do it? Could we talk to her and ask her what she wants to do and show her where to get hobbies? And that's what our organisation is there for. So that's fine. But if that person hadn't asked me, that worker for Southern Europe would have really been on her own. I had an English person working with me 10 years ago, and he asked me, why don't Finns want to talk to me? And I said, people do want to talk to you, people are very interested in you, but it's difficult to make the first move for Finns. We have to be introduced. So companies have to find a way to make that move, to talk to people. Another thing we have to remember, and companies have to remember, is that this is hard for everybody. This is hard for the immigrant, but it's hard for the local people, in Finland or wherever. When immigration is new in Finland still, in most of the country, and it's scary for some people. Nearly 20% of people voted for perussuomalainen at the last election, and they did that for a reason, because they're worried. They don't know what immigration means for them. They're scared. And for most of human beings' existence, stranger meant danger. When the Vikings came to England, they didn't come for a nice cup of tea. And it's deep down inside us that we're wary of strangers. So we need to break down those barriers for the Finns who are working in companies that suddenly have foreign people coming to work. A conversation has to be had. And if you're a supervisor, or if you're anybody in the company that doesn't speak good English or isn't confident with your English, you might think, we're all going to start speaking English now. I don't speak good English. What does that mean for me? We have to talk about those issues inside the companies. What are you worried about? First of all, I'm not worried about anything. But to break down the barriers and get people to say, but this is going to happen, this is going to happen, and deal with those issues. There's nothing to do here. Finland is boring. Mikkeli is boring. No, it's not. But if nobody shows you what to do in Mikkeli, Mikkeli is boring. Any town is boring if you don't know what to do. And companies don't traditionally see it as their role of finding hobbies for their workers. But if they want to keep those workers, somebody needs to find those hobbies. Because no matter how good your job is, you're not going to stay in Mikkeli if you've got no friends and you've got no hobbies. You're going to start thinking, maybe I should move to Helsinki. Maybe I should move to Stuttgart. So this is something we have to address because, I've lived in Finland for a long time. I love living here. There's so much to do. But I still hear this all the time from new immigrants. There's nothing to do here. Someone needs to show them. Someone needs to ask the question, what do you like to do? What was your hobby in your own country? Did you play chess? Did you go horse riding? Were you in the Scouts? What do you like to do? And then, find a way to find that hobby And there are associations, there are people working for towns, there are different organisations that can help, but the companies need to be shown that. Okay, you have new workers, they need to find hobbies, introduce them to these people, and they will introduce them to other people. Because the companies don't know. They don't even know that they should be thinking about this a lot of the time. So a company has to have a plan. A good company has good work orientation for their new workers, for their Finnish workers. Lots of companies have good orientation programs, lots of companies don't. Companies that want to employ and retain foreign workers need to have a work orientation plan that takes into consideration the fact that they have foreign workers. And this can be done, and it is being done, but again, for every company it's not obvious. They need to be shown the way a lot of the time. And then continuous care. After 2 months, after 4 months, after 6 months, have the conversation again. Most companies have this annual discussion, kehityskeskustelu, appraisal. With a foreign worker in the first year, that should probably be done a bit more than once per year. If you wait till the end of the year, it might be too late. They might be already gone. But there might be a few little problems they have that when they tell you, you can answer them, and it's not a problem anymore. I got this line from a seminar a few weeks ago. It was somebody, a manager in a company. He said, "We have shown to our workers, we have told our workers, everyone is responsible for the atmosphere in the company." And it's a good thing to remind everybody. If you don't say hello to people in the morning, that has an effect. If you smile and say hello to people, they feel welcome. It's not just the job of the manager, it's not just the job of the HR manager, it's everybody's responsibility to build a positive atmosphere in the workplace. So we need to share best practices. There are already companies out there doing good things, doing things in the right way. So we need to share that information. Very good question asked again from the Team Finland presentation. How many of you work in projects? How many of you are involved with this talent boost system? And lots of hands went up. And the flip side is there aren't many company representatives here today. There are some, and that's great, but this is the big challenge. We're preaching to each other, we're going to get some good examples from companies, but how do we get the rest of the companies to listen? That is our challenge. I was at a good seminar 3 weeks ago where there were 3 different companies giving examples of how they are integrating their workers and making them feel happy in the company. There weren't any other companies there. Lots and lots of companies got invites, but they all had something better to do. And that's our challenge, because obviously everybody's busy. You need to make money, as was said earlier on. The company needs to make money. I've got other things to do. So we have to sell the problem. If you don't learn, you're going to lose people. And if you get a recruitment company to help you to get 2 machinists, and then you spend 6 months training them, and then they move away because they're not happy, that's cost you a lot of money. You cannot afford to waste that money. If you want to recruit, you have to learn to do it properly so you don't waste your money. We have to become salespeople, if we're not already. We have to become salespeople for what we're explaining here. Why should the company take part? What's in it for them? Because we have a lot of information to share. We can help these companies, but we have to make sure that they hear the message. So, one of the themes of today, or the main theme of today, is doing it together. We need to do it around Finland together, and different organisations need to work together. I've been a member of Yrittäjät for 20 years, I've been a member of Kauppakamari for 20 years, so I immediately think of those two organisations. They need to collect best practices, to learn what companies are doing, make an example integration plan for companies, and then spread that around. So Suomen Yrittäjät can get good ideas from around the country, then give them back around the country, and in every maakunta, in every region, we should be sharing those things. Because our networks in Finland are very much in the region, in the maakunta. So in Pohjanmaa, everybody knows each other. All the companies know each other. They know the head of Kauppakamari, they know the head of Yrittäjät. But if you go to Etelä-Pohjanmaa or Satakunta, you don't know people so well. So in each maakunta, we should have a strategy for how we're going to get these companies to learn. We cannot expect all these companies to make it up on their own. Obviously, other partners in this together. But not all of us trying to do the same thing, getting those good ideas and sharing them. We're going to hear some good ideas today, and then we're going to discuss how we put them into practice. That's all for me for now. Thank you very much for staying awake. And see you again later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Here is information, so if you want to network with them, so please be sure to do that. Okay, well, next, let's take a look at best practices for developing diversity in a workplace. We get to hear two interesting case examples here on stage and a third one via video. So our next speaker is the head of system development from Gambit, part of Atea. So please welcome to the stage Hanna Salo.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Paul, for an extremely good presentation. And I will continue on this topic. Okay, one slide ahead of me. Let me just check how this is working. Okay, now I know. So basically, just wanted to say hi. I am super thrilled and excited to be here together with you today, talking about diversity at workplaces. This is something that we have been working quite much with at our company, so we're not taking it for granted. And today I want to tell you about our best practices regarding that topic. So behind me you see the company I represent, which is still Gambit. We have had a merger with Atea Finland this year, so I will shortly tell you more about that. But just a quick... Okay, so I need to check this presentation now. It goes this way. Great. Someone did something with it. Yes, so who am I talking to you guys today? Well, as I already was introduced, I'm the head of system development at Atea since September. I joined Gambit 2017 and became a partner 2 years after that. Otherwise, I would describe myself really as a typical Ostrobotnian woman living on the countryside with my family, husband and 3 kids, and 5 cats. Some of them are moving out soon because they are disturbing. So, yeah, that's about me. As I shortly said in the beginning, so Gambit is a software company. We breathe and live technologics. That's what we love. And we were founded 2011 by Tim Wallin, which is also here today, and Erik Nylund. And last year, we were actually voted to be the most equal company in Ostrobotnia, which is an award that I'm very proud of. Before the merger, we were located at 3 different places in Finland. We were about 50 employees and we had hundreds of customers. But now, together with Atea, we grew a bit, of course. So now you will actually find 7,000 of us all over Europe. Atea is actually the 2nd largest IT infrastructure company in Europe. So they are traditionally providing hardware, licenses, network server-related things, and Gambit is now also providing their customers with software solutions. But yes, to the topic, to the interesting stuff now today. In order for you to understand why diversity is so important to us, and also, I would actually say crucial, you need to understand why we founded Gambit. So basically, we were dreaming of something that we could call more than a workplace. We were dreaming of a place where people would feel safe, secure, safe enough to speak their mind, to come up with all these crazy ideas, because we want to hear about those. And we were also dreaming about a company where you would have a feeling that I love to work here, I want to come here, and I don't want to quit. These are our founding values, and I know the text is too small for you to read. That's on purpose, because I'm going to read 2 sentences out of it for you guys. We wrote down these founding values many years ago, so they are not written because of this presentation today. At Gambit, we enjoy what we do, and we trust the people around us. Equality and diversity aren't just words to us. By always showing respect, and when the situation demands it, we help each other out. We know that happy people perform well, and that you should feel that your colleagues have your back. Everyone is empowered to make everyday decisions, and also to contribute to the bigger picture. In fact, it's an obligation to speak your mind. The hierarchy is low and decision-making is quick. We strive to have such an open and transparent organization as possible so that everyone stays informed and involved. That's what we call a wonderful place to work. And also, we put some focus on sales and growth, and also delivering greatness. These are not just nice words that we say and that we have printed on the wall. Well, actually, we have printed them on the wall, but they are also something that's a part of our everyday life. Do you feel that something is missing here? Because if you look closely, you will see that not one of these founding values are connected to a financial target. Gambit has never had a target of having a certain revenue. Neither have we had a target of having a certain percentage in growth. Is it actually possible to build a business, a sustainable and growing business within tech industry in Finland today without connecting it to financial goals? Because everywhere I go, all I see is numbers, numbers, numbers. Can you actually build a company based on soft values? Yes, you can. But how did we get so crazy enough to do it like this? Because you need to be bold, and you need to have courage. Because people are going to question you. Where are your numbers? Where is the budget? Fun fact, we haven't had a budget for 10 years. And now my previous CEO is like getting ashamed, but it's true. We haven't had that. We believe that our people are everything. We believe that our employees is the greatest asset we have, and that when we focus on them, we will have a growing business. We know by fact that if you're an attractive employer, you will attract curious, hardworking, loyal, dedicated people. But you will never be able to keep them if you aren't real and authentic and have a great culture that supports this. These kinds of people that you want in your company, they are going to see through everything that's fake. Salary will never be enough for these people because they are looking for something more. They want to have more than a workplace. We believe in focusing on people and not on numbers. Actually, I would say that if you focus on numbers, you will tend to do short-term decisions that will have an effect on your long-term decisions. You can use the nicest words and have the greatest speeches ever, but if you're not doing what you say, you will never have employees that follow. Because they won't do as you say, they will do as you do. So on an everyday basic level in Gambit, you would find a Tuesday morning our CEO emptying the dishwasher. That's completely normal, and that's how you build culture. And people will start following. We also believe that happy people that feel great will do awesome results. That's actually why we decided many years ago to start going on retreats with the whole company. So yes, we travel abroad. During Corona, a bit more difficult, we had to travel in Finland, but as you recently heard, Finland is a great option as well. But it was cool now again to go to Norway this year. For many companies, this would be seen as a cost, on the cost side. But to us, we see it as an investment. Because it's an investment in people's well-being, and it pays off. People are having so much fun during these days when we travel together, and they create belonging towards each other, and they come back energized, full with inspiration, and ready to start working. As I said in the beginning, diversity is crucial. It's critical to us. Because we're working in an industry that is competing with a lot of cool tech companies. And to perform here, we need to get that input and that feedback and those insights that we only get from diversified teams. Just imagine if you have a group of people with the same gender, the same age, the same education, the same background. What kind of feedback will you get? You will get the same kind of feedback. But we need that little extra, that other perspective. That's crucial to us to stay on top. Stagnation is the most dangerous thing to our company. Because with stagnation, we will eventually die out, and so will other companies as well. But, and I cannot emphasize this enough, if you are not treating your people equally, you will not get this kind of insights. Because people that don't feel that they are treated equally will never dare to share their crazy ideas or their perspective. And to prove this point, that I'm not only making things up to you today, I'm going to show you a really cool study from this year, actually, from Bressman and Edmondson. So they were looking into high-performing teams and also looking between the correlation between low diversity, team diversity, and high team diversity. So what they found out was that teams with low diversity performed quite good, always there in the middle somewhere, sometimes even really good. But those really crazy top results you could only get from diversified teams. But you could also get really lousy results. And the only difference was psychological safety. When a team member feels psychological safety, they will also deliver those really high-performing results that your company needs. So, how do we keep this culture going on? As I already said, it's all within our employees. So we need to be really careful when we hire people. We look at 3 different things. Of course, you have to have some kind of education that suits our business. I think that goes without saying. But as important as that is your attitude, because that is very difficult to train. I can have the greatest resume of my life in my hands, and during the interview I feel that this person is arrogant, stubborn, will have problems to work within a team, and it's a no-go. We also actually ask our employees during the interviews, can you comply with these kinds of values? Are these okay to you? Could you work in this kind of setting? And if they say yes, welcome to Gambit. And thank you for having me today.
Wow. Thank you so much. So inspiring to hear your story, and even in the chat we have a message to say that Gambit sounds like such an inspiring company. I love to have a workplace like that. So you can assume that a lot of people are now contacting your HR. And I can help you with that as well. So let's get on with our schedule and our program. So our next speaker represents a Finnish retailing conglomerate. And here to share their path to a more diverse working life, please welcome to the stage VP of Employer Experience from Kesko, Petteri Huominen.
Thank you.
And from this one you go.
That one we go. Hello, Vaasa, Ping, Brella. Wake up there too. So, first of all, I'm excited to be here. It was marvelous, but now, oh crap. Oh crap. Why? Because that previous presentations, Paul said he has some idea about how this is going to develop. Then Hanna with her spirit and the company, and now the big one, the mammoth, the old company that comes and says that, okay, we do this, and we have, oh, now I'm in the picture, not even that. Maybe the people. But okay, I will try. But now I have to say that I'm more happy that I chose this path than the other one, because when I went through the slides, archive, the library that we have several photos from our history, the beginning of Kesko. It's now more than 80 years, which I'm proud of, and there is the pictures from the first meeting of the company, and well, combining this Gambit photo that we last see, the diversity wasn't that much in beginning of 1940s, that much, and well, you could say all male panel too, but I thought that might be the picture that I'm not going to show, but still, this is still, that would have been maybe to good contrast to show that we have moved forward. But still, I'm not ashamed of that history. But few items that we are going to talk about, that was the first sort of hint about the culture, external, internal factors, then customer expectations, then something about staying away from the easy path, which is always easy to choose, and then maybe last some about why we are staying on the course. What is the good thing being a big company that does the quarter profit thing with the stock markets, etc. So about the history, this is my personal sponsor, so I need to tell something about it. Not about the details more, but let's just say that we are the third largest in many calculations in the Northern Europe, and that doesn't tell you much, but when I say that which are the first two podium holders, then the first one is IKEA and second one is H&M, being in a third position is not that bad. But I bet none of you would have said that Kesko is the third one in there, or the K group. But that's the fact. Well, it was 2019, that might even be so that H&M isn't not that high anymore, who knows, but let's see. IKEA still soon come. But still, we are about 45,000 people working in K group in 7 different countries. So our problem is that we are considering Finland being just the grocery food markets there. Maybe someone knows K-Rauta and Onninen, which are the building sector operators, but no one actually sees the full picture, which is that while we are in Finland, the big known brand, in all those other countries, we are just a competitor among others. But in those countries, we are operating only in building and technical trades there. But still, Kesko is 21,000 people to 24,000 annually, and out of those is 12,000 in Finland and the other 12 in other countries. But then, our issue, what is the key of our success and our potential being diverse, entrepreneur, innovative, and living in time and living on the edge company? It's about the core retailers. We have 1,100 core retailers, which are all over Finland, every locations, from all the age ranges, from 25 to 70, more than 80 at the moment. Those are those persons who are part of their local societies, breathing the same air there, having to feel the things that happen in those municipalities, cities, little villages, and they are also our spokespersons there. For us, they are our biggest stakeholder in all the ways that they are the faces here, but they also are the biggest shareholders of Kesko Group. And that's the idea about what we are inside and outside. Well, about the customer expectations. That's a positive thing, right? To have those expectations. And that's for the first sort of place where you can choose the easy parts. What are the real customer expectations and what are the image ones? We at least have some data about it. We have gathered one of the, I think, the most data that you could gather about people, their interests, their what they are buying, what they are using. We do have it. It's 1.5 million customer visits in 1,800 stores per daily. For that purpose, we also have quite an impressive IT sector. We actually are one of the, well, at least mid-size or even big techno houses in Finland considered. Approximately 600 to 700 to 800 people here in Finland and in the other operating countries too. You understand the meaning, we understand all the meaning of the data and how to use it. And there comes the thing that about the customer expectations that we want to avoid. Nowadays it's about that customer when you meet customers, is how the diversity plays the role in that. The easiest saying is that, well, you need to speak the language of the customers, to have the same, to look like the same, be in the same level in that way. That's true. But at the same time, what the only customer wants is to be served well, met with friendliness, and the feeling that he or she or them, they matter. And therefore, we can a little bit start to skip about the language issue, and all the other. As much as our customers are having the diversity in them, we need also have that one in our faces that represent our everyday in those millions of customer experiences. And not to forget about that now it's like Finland focus. At the same time, we have operation countries Poland, Norway, Sweden, all the Baltics. Thousands of employees there, thousands of different types of communication ways, and some original cultural features that aren't the same with Finland. So there are real customer expectations, and then there are imagined ones. And those imagined ones we need to get rid of. But that we believe that we have the data. To lead with the data, to process with the data. That is also a solution to avoid those mishaps in this sector. Recognizing and embracing own weaknesses. Difficult one. It's part of those customer expectations too. We also have faced the discussions that, well, can we hire employees in customer level that don't speak that much Finnish or not at all. Well, we all know that that's about to change due to the transformation of Finland as a society. But at the same time, it's something built in the culture that how this works. By the way, like I said, that we have half of our personnel is not in Finland, in those operating countries. But if you consider that how many of those are willing to move to Finland to operate in the headquarters, we don't have a line of people doing that. Why is that? Then it's something about the cultural way that we do things. But that we have noticed that sustainability in all the actions need to be done. We are actually really good when we talk about ESG, the environment. We have been rewarded one of the world's most or even the most sustainable company in trade sector several times from year to year around with these prestige awards in that sector. What we are aiming to do is, the G, the governance. Everyone knows that if you don't pay taxes or have other governance issues that might cause some troubles, that's also sort of basic thing nowadays. But what we are really aiming is the social aspect, the diversity, the equal treatment, the taking people in different roles into the new types of tasks and roles. I'm not going to complain about authorities' decisions regarding the slow work permit processes like we might have with the Ukrainian workforces or like that. I'm looking more in our own mirror to see something that would work. And that means that we have to stay in the course in that way that since we are a big company, we don't fit in the same, well, not to say that you fit in the same picture, but many of key players fit in the same picture in many ways that we just saw previous presentation. We don't fit in the same picture, but we have to fit in the same company and the same culture. And for that, there is plenty of actions, KPIs, and stakeholders to be considered. And that's something, like I said in the beginning, that there's something good about being a New York Stock Exchange company in regarding how you are steered in the path. Nothing is nowadays more scarier than the quarterly investor meetings when they ask different questions about company. More and more those investor meetings also include guys like me in those who are not part of the financial team or answering those questions about operations, the logistics and such. It's more about how about what they are doing to the people who have limitation in their capabilities, or do you have special programs for, well, we discussed about the Ukrainians and such. Nowadays, the investors and the analysts are very strict about following through these GRI issues. And that actually is a really good thing. Some might say that is it the phone stuff, is it the true stuff? But in that way, I do believe, and we believe, that the market really works. They are keen on putting things straight, partly. I think it's going to be sort of a probably polarized issue. There will be, of course, sectors which are more loose with maybe the money and moral, but more and more the companies need to decide which end they are. And at that end that we wish to be, there is environmental, sustainable issues, but there are also the social aspect. And therefore, I'm here also representing our case for you today. This is just a sort of a presentation slide about people sector, but we know there is a huge number of different items that are in our sort of service plate for our different sectors, building trade or grocery trade, for those divisions to take in operation or to get people acquainted with or educated with issues regarding diversity, or to have like female mentors, leader mentorship programs, etc. that we are now building up. I would say that the bar isn't that high when we still can talk about equal pay issues. But still, it's still a fact that needs to be struggled with. So therefore, just a short glance at the mirror from the 1940, from all-male panel to this stage. We are on our way. We have good stakeholders to keep up moving. And finally, it's the customers, it's the people, it's the workers, the employees decide whether they want to be part of that journey. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day all.
Thank you, Petteri. And there's actually a question for you in the chat. So let's see if you can answer this. Since we are talking about international talents as well, so can you, I know you said that there are over 1,000 retailers, but can you say what the steps K Group is taking to help internationals into the Finnish labor market, like long-term training or internship contracts?
We have cooperation with some schools, education places, with these programs that are dedicated for persons who are chosen to be for the oppisopimuskoulutus, whatever that term is in English, that they are dedicated, that they will be hired for our company. And then we have had a cooperation, for example, with Startup Refugees a few years back, and those type of programs we have. But never, I would say that the most important thing is like we said, that more than 1,000 retailers, that they take part in local programs, and with all the education camps, etc., they work there. So there are multiple doorways to try to contact and participate in those. And I hope that all of you in your own areas will try that. We have the low threshold working places, and then, like I mentioned, that we also need the high potential, the talents that truly believe that we can offer them something that they might be willing to take on.
Thank you. I'll take this. All right. Well, unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to meet our next speaker here on stage due to conflict of schedule. So instead, we get to meet the CEO of Hoiva, which is a domestic social and healthcare company in Finland, Fadumo Ali, through a video. And Hoiva's representative, Satu Nevalainen, is in the Prela app. So if you have any questions after the video and you want to network with them, so you can find her from the Prela app. But now, Fadumo Ali and Hoiva.
I want to begin by telling you a story of a close friend of mine. Before the pandemic, she worked as a nurse in a hospital in the metropolitan area. She is a very good nurse, talented and highly motivated. She has a great desire to take care of her patients. She loves her work. And she is a non-native Finn. In these days, it is common to see people from many cultures and ethnicities in hospital staff, especially in the south of Finland. Nurses work together irrespective of their backgrounds. My friend's hospital was just like this. At first glance, everything seemed to run fine, but my friend told me that something dramatic happened during lunch hours. Those nurses who were native Finns sat and ate together, while their non-native and immigrant co-workers stayed in their own group. There was clearly separating line between the two groups. This is a telling sign that what we have here is a dysfunctional workplace community. Yes, people do work together, but that's just about it. There was no closer contact between the two groups. Native Finns and other nurses did not spend any time with each other. We can't call this workplace community integrated or harmonious. There is clearly a need to develop workplace diversity in healthcare. What to do then? We in our company, Hoiva, have an idea, but first, a couple of words about Hoiva. Hoiva is a temporary work agency focusing on hiring nurses. In recent years, we have been growing rapidly. We just gathered new funding worth 2 million euros. Our plan is to get bigger and go international. One reason for Hoiva's success is that we have noticed that non-native workforce is an untapped resource in Finland. We want to give these people work and opportunities. Promoting diversity in Finnish healthcare is the cornerstone of our company. Now let's get back to the problem I highlighted. How do we approach it? We in Hoiva have met hundreds of non-native nurses and listened to their stories. From them, we have identified one very, very important key factor: language barrier. In part, the problem is practical. If you don't speak good Finnish, some tasks, especially those which include communication, are out of your reach. But we also have an attitude problem. Many nurses have told me that native workers may consider their non-native colleagues a burden because they don't speak perfect Finnish. Non-native nurses want to work diligently, but try as they might, language deficiency remains a barrier. This creates an experience of discrimination. How different things could be. People from different cultures could learn from each other. All employees could enrich workplace community and make it stronger. But where barriers remain and people don't welcome each other, discontent, malaise, and even mobbing prevail. One thing is certain, this is employers' failure, and they must shoulder the responsibility. This is employers' failure because we know that this kind of division takes place almost always when some workers are unsure of their Finnish skills and rather speak English. If an employer wants that everyone speaks Finnish, it must help people learn the language. If nurses of different backgrounds don't mingle but stay separated, it's difficult to master Finnish. What can an employer do to make things better? We in Hoiva have 3 ideas. The employer can show care, cultivate welcoming workplace culture, and offer language education. Let's examine these ideas. First, the employer must show care. It's not enough to hire many kinds of people with different backgrounds. You must also take good care of employees. The first step to avoid feelings of being left outside is that you know, you feel that you are cared for. It's essential that the employer's attitude doesn't leave room for speculation. It must be actively positive. When I worked as a nurse, I was a couple of times mistreated by patients simply because of my ethnic background. That was already bad enough, but it was even worse when my employer didn't come to support me. And this happened even when my Finnish skills are very good. Because of this personal experience, I can understand that nurses with imperfect Finnish often face discrimination and there is no one siding with them. Second, the employer must cultivate welcoming workplace culture. If your co-workers welcome you and openly communicate with you, it's not difficult to learn the language. This opens many possibilities. You get more self-confident when you make a good progress in Finnish. You get more varied tasks when you can communicate better with patients and their family members. The employer can affect the workplace culture when the employer knows that they are hiring people whose Finnish skills are limited. They should model the whole recruiting process from that point of view. When a new nurse enters the workplace for the first time, there will be a special advisor for him or her. The advisor customizes first steps of the working career in the way that it will become easy for the worker to pick up the language. My third point is a concrete suggestion. The employer can offer new workers language education. This is exactly what we are going to do. Hoiva will collaborate with 1,000 international nurses to study in Finland. Our plan is to give them additional language lessons so they can enter the workforce in Finland as soon as possible. Perhaps as early as next summer, we help them integrate into the community. To learn the language and get a job is a major part in it. We are the first company to do something like this. Real diversity in workplace can come true if all workers can realize their full potential. There are barriers which we must acknowledge, and the employer has a key role in tackling them. What have we learned in Hoiva? Hoiva has made a lot of progress. The annual revenue, number of staff, and many other indicators show that. Why have we been so successful? Our path is unprejudiced. We want to look at person's competence and personality. We know that happy people are also best workers. We really want to take care of them. We are really positive about the future. We aim for good and believe that this brings good results. We are going towards more and more multicultural environment. There will be more companies like Hoiva, which contribute to this trend. Future belongs to all of us. Let's make it better together.
How are we doing? Oh, just fine. How are we doing? Woo! Yes, I know it's the afternoon, but we have so many amazing speakers here, and I'm so inspired, and I hope you are inspired, yeah? Yeah, okay. 7 of you were inspired. All right, all right. It's okay, you're Finnish, most of you. I know. This is exactly what Paul was talking about, right? Well, our next speaker has not lived in Finland for long, but I'm sure you will all be left breathless when you hear what he has done here and when you listen to all the things he has already accomplished. So truly amazing. Here to share his story, please welcome to the stage, all the way from North Savo, Roham Maleksadeg-Pageri.
Thank you. Yeah, good job with my last name, really. But yeah, I'm quite a talkative person, and my wife always says that if you want Roham to stop talking, just because I talk with my hands all the time. And Jasmin's so smart, you just made it busy, you know, so then I talk less and manage to go with the time. So, my name is Roham, skip my last name. Yeah. And who am I? Well, I moved to Finland November 2020 as a student in Savonia University of Applied Sciences, as bachelor student, a business administration student, so many students I see, but already working for 10 months for the government, for the Finnish government, and I'm not going to continue more on who am I, because this is not the interest of anyone, who am I, it is the interest of myself. What do I mean by that is that when I moved to Finland, I thought about these 3 words together, who am I? And I looked at the mirror, I really did. And I asked this question again, who am I? Well, I realized that when I was coming to Finland as a person who had so much challenges ahead, if I wouldn't know who am I could never make it here. Up to here, of course, still a long way to go. But I had challenges as a student life here. Of course, when you're coming here, you have no income. For students, there is no benefit, no housing benefit, no student loan. Of course, that makes sense. But still, we don't have that. And I have to pay thousands of euros every year. I keep nagging, good, I'm getting warm up. And then no friends and no family. So again, we go back to the question, who am I? Because I have to rely on my own self. The point is that full-time studying is challenging, especially in bachelor. And then I have to work because I'm responsible. I'm responsible for my own, I'm responsible for my family, for my daughter, for thousands of euros every year. And I must work, so I found a job as a cleaner when I moved here. And before that, I was an English teacher in Iran. And I had to start from the scratch, started as a cleaner. And that was where I found myself. Part-time working here, I skipped it. But then I also wanted to learn Finnish, so I started to studying Finnish by my own. So family, studying Finnish, studying at university, working part-time, but still, even though I was quite busy by then, I thought that something's missing, something's really missing. And I need to get out of my bubble. I really did think that. Because when I was studying Finnish, I realized that it takes a long time. Yes, and the point is that then I came back to the question, who am I? Then I said that in Offroham, you know already who you are, so what's next? I should learn where I'm living. I thought that there must be another way than just a language to get me a job, to get me out of this cleaning job that I'm doing, which I had nothing else to do, even though I had the skills, but there was that, oh, you don't know Finnish or this or that, but I knew that it's not everything, the language. So I tried to get that thing out because I had to get out, and then I started to work at North South Talent Hub as a part-time intern as well. And a wise man once told me that you only live once, so you should enjoy life. Therefore, I really, even though I had to do the cleaning job, but I thought with myself that if I want to do something, it must be challenging for me. I must enjoy that, and then I must be effective if I really want to feel good about myself. Therefore, I didn't just work in that internship, the first internship that I had for the university credits. It was unpaid, but then I thought about the goal that that project had, and that was everything to me. It was supposed to be a 2-month internship, but I stayed for 8 more months, so 10 months of free internship. And by November 21, my picture was on the first page of Savon Sanomat. And I was like, okay, after 1 year, not bad. But what did it really get me? You know, I could make a lot of connection and network. You know, no one's, the reason I said look at mirror is because no one is coming to help, to be the superhero for us. No one is going to spoon feed us like our mom or dad used to do once. I miss those days. But networking and connections really helps to go through your journey. So technically, they really helped me for my next journeys, my next jobs. And that was valuable. That was really valuable. Then I had to learn Finnish cultural values. I knew that I must decode the working culture. There must be something. And then I'm living in North Savo area. Then I learned the cultural values of that region. What was it? Suotoppi olla. Vuon suotoppi olla. Olemmakin, I guess. So I really loved the maybe culture, let's say. I really loved it because it's good. It's always a mystery. And people talk. I could learn more and more by the time flight. And mindset. There were a lot of toxic negativity, mindset, and words from the community that I was getting to know them in the beginning. Everyone were keep insisting. I was there, I was coming there, and I was looking for a job, even a cleaning job. And they were saying, oh, even for the cleaning, they don't give you a job if you don't speak Finnish. And these kind of discouragements was like a punch in my face, to be honest, because I was desperate to get a job. And I decided to not listen to them, and that's why I say mindset. Mindset is everything. If I would have listened to those negativity and discouragements, I would have closed the door of opportunities to myself by my own. And then during the past months, I had the privilege to be the producer and the host of Working and Living in Finland. It was with collaboration with Business Finland, with EURES, and until I was doing it, yes. And then, of course, all of it under the umbrella of Talent Boost. And when I was planning this, I really thought that there are lots of information, and that's the problem. There are lots of information. There are so much of information that the most important information are missing. Therefore, I had, of course, some tasks, some goals, some objectives. So there were two parts of the whole series. The first episode were for those internationals who want to come to Finland. So technically, the first thing was why Finland, really, because I could hear from people outside, is it really easy to come to Finland? And I was like, maybe. I live in North Salo, so maybe. Probably, maybe. So then the second one was that people keep saying that Finland is the happiest country. So then I try to listen to them, and many of us are foreigners happy too. So we try to figure it out in there and to see why, if they are happy or not happy, also with the experts that were the culture shock as a foreigner. Oh, I faced this culture shock. I'm sure many of foreigners have faced it. And there must be a way to overcome it. We try to go with it to see if there is or not. I'm not going to say what we found out. And then in episode 4, Finnish bureaucracy, DVV, taxation, everything that a person needs to know. Because one of my friends came to Finland and he didn't know about DVV. For 6 months he didn't register his. No one told him, or when they told him he didn't listen. So he couldn't get jobs and so many things got delayed. So first 4 things we try to make it for those who are coming in. But then after that we get to talk for Finland as family ties. Finland for children who are coming. Where and how to get working skills in many of the places that, like for example, what was it called? That educate. For example, we have it Savon Ammattiopisto in our region that they do this. But anyhow, episode 7 was about where to find jobs, how to apply it for them. We have talked with people about that, and then my favorite part, Finnish working culture. It's amazing. It's amazing. So we had it in initial parts of each episode, introducing topic in a short informative video, like for each episode. Then we had the expert guest to guide to the related topic, and then I thought that we really need an example, a roadmap, someone who has done this, and there were successful people who agreed to come to this show and provide their examples. And it was funny that many of them also considered this things that I've said, but since I don't have much time, I have to go fast. But the first place, North Salo Talent Hub was the first place. Jarkko Suraka was my first manager, which I learned a lot from him. Kukka-Maria Raatikainen from Simhe-Savonia was my first paid internship. And then the next is the person who I owe the most, and he's here also. Jan Blombeck from Pohjois-Savon Ely-keskus. He has the one who sees the talent, saw the talent. Well, I have to be Finnish humbleness. I mean, he said that I might have, I don't have. So, but really, it was, if someone would have told me that you could come work for the government after 14 months of your arrival, I wouldn't even laugh. But Väinö Vähäsaari and Taina Jutila from TE-toimisto or TE-Live. But all of them, all these places that I have worked in, don't go so fast. They all have something in common. And what do they have in common? I can describe it with these 2 pictures. Yeah, I think out of box. So do you see similarity among them? The razor blade is sharp, but can't cut a tree. The axe is sharp too, but can't cut hair. Everyone is important according to their own unique purpose or even their unique talents. Back to this. Both of them are sharps. I always come to it that most of the job advertisements that I see, it is saying that Finnish fluency is needed. And these people had it in common that with me, even though Jan has the opportunity to say, it's Ely-keskus, everyone speaks Finnish, you might have problem to talk with other people. But then they saw that what's more important than just the language. People talked about it, so I'm not going to talk about it. Yes, I really agree with this fact that talents plus diversity is really the growth. And it was hard. There were challenges. It was not easy for both sides. But where there is will, there is a way. Thank you. Can I nag? Why do you put the chairs here, but then no one can see it? So.
No, we can sit there.
Okay,
it's for the panelists, so let's warm up the chairs for them. Thank you, Rohan.
Thank you.
There's a question for you.
Yeah.
What has been the biggest culture shock that you have come across in Finland?
Maybe. I just said it in one word. But no, culture shock. Of course, I was studying at university. Half of the class were Finns, half of the class were internationals, and it was so hard to get to the circle, of the Finnish classmates of mine. I kept trying, and there was a wall. But that was culture shock, that I couldn't, as an adult, I would never imagine that it was so hard to make friends. But I overcame it by pushing, because I'm stubborn.
Yes, you are.
And arrogant sometimes. So.
Yes, you are.
Come on, your colleagues, come on.
That's why I can tell it to your face.
Yeah, another culture shock was when Yasmin said it in my face and in front of anyone's face that I'm... Any other question?
No, that was it.
Thank
Thank you, Rohan. Don't leave with the clicker. Rohan, please don't leave me hanging with the clicker. Thank you. I love you too. All right, well, time's flying when you're having fun, right? This is a great time to remind you that we have virtual stands in the Brella app. So please get to know the exhibitors and set up meetings with the people behind the exhibition stands. And you can find all the information in the app. But now, the panel discussion. I'm so excited for this. But let's watch a video now. I know you have a lot of videos, but this is an amazing video. You get to meet true internationals living in Vaasa. This video is on attraction and retention and how Vaasa is doing on this matter. And this is going to set up the scene for the upcoming panel. And after the video, or you can come during the video to the stage, I have the pleasure to welcome the wonderful hosts, Laura Koivisto-Casal from ELY Center Uusimaa and Emine Eström from ELY Center Pohjanmaa, and the wonderful panelists. But now for the video. Welcome to Vaasa, the sunniest city in Finland, they say. Vaasa is an international city where 9.3% of the population is of foreign origin, and about 100 different languages are spoken here among 120 different nationalities. In other words, an international environment is a daily life for a large part of the people of Vaasa. International Vaasa means having an open attitude towards the outside world, an understanding of cultural differences, and a positive approach to new ideas. For Vaasa, international work is an important and natural part of the city's activities and strategy. We asked 5 international talents living in the Vaasa region what a great city is like and what makes them stay or leave. This is only a small sample and the answers cannot be generalized, but the video is a perfect example of the attraction and retention factors of a single city viewed through the eyes of international talents. Let's meet Ala, Jun, Aina, Hassam, Isaac, and Ruben.
In my opinion, the best thing in Vaasa is how international Vaasa is.
I think the best thing in Vaasa is the community. Everyone is very welcoming.
The best thing in Vaasa, for me, it's a combination of things. It's that it's a small city and easy manageable, that the sea and the nature is close, and also the people I have met here, they are really, really important.
People here are very friendly, social, and peaceful, smiley. Everywhere I can meet smiley people, so it's really fantastic for me.
For me, the best thing in Vaasa is the clean, quiet, natural environment. Vaasa is a small town with small population, and many of the residents are either students or elderly, so I feel quite safe and peaceful here.
The best thing in Vaasa is the community.
I think what is missing in Vaasa is retention of international students. One thing is that a lot of internationals leave Vaasa after their graduation. One of the ways where we can solve this is to collaborate with companies to build some kind of networks between them and the international students.
Yes, definitely. Having a good job is very important to stay. I have had international teachers in the University of Vaasa who were telling me that if we didn't land a good job as a professor in the university, then maybe we would go back.
In my opinion, what's missing in Vaasa is some closer connection from us international student companies. So usually they feel like they are far from us, that it's not so easy to be listened by them. So I would very much like to be able to explain why I'm valuable, why can I help, and this connection, this getting close to them is needed from our part. I don't know if I want to stay in Finland forever, but I do know that at least for some time I want to stay. And for that to happen, for sure, I need a job in my field of studies, motivating and hopefully where I can develop my career.
Good job can be helpful or a decision to stay, but I already made my decision before to stay in Vaasa.
I think the English sign in the public area is missing in Vaasa. For me, I think definitely if I have a good job, I will stay, because economic element is vital for me to choose to stay at a place, since the economic matter is the foundation of every aspect of a life. So good income, good life.
What is missing in Vaasa is inclusivity. To improve the situation, they should factor in other languages other than Swedish and Finnish. I believe a good job will make me stay in Vaasa, because with a good job comes a host of good things like peace of mind and improved quality of life.
I feel integrated in Vaasa. One thing that helped me is I joined this social club, and that is where I was able to network with people and build some kind of connection with the Finnish people. Another thing is my workplace. I'm working in an international business environment, so this has also helped me to integrate into the society.
My role in my integration process here in Finland basically has been to get out there, to meet friends, to go to events, and yeah, basically that, not much, getting out there, that's the first step, I believe. I do feel integrated sometimes, but others I don't. So with that I mean that I've been always interested or trying to get into the society. I've joined a basketball team, I'm a coach for a young team of girls. I've started to learn Swedish, and that has brought me a lot closer to the society, but there are other occasions I don't feel unequal to the rest of Finns, and that could be also the job market, or sometimes in certain situations at work when I can't understand what people are saying. So that's why sometimes I do feel integrated and sometimes I don't.
I feel integrated here in Vaasa because of variety of activities here, and joining Red Cross or Coastline Talent, Business Safari, many events, that make me feel integrated in society.
I think myself is the key role in the process of integration, Because first of all, I'm motivated to stay in Vaasa for a longer time because I was attracted to Finland because of the good reputation in education, and I came with my young child. I hope she can receive her education here. So that's why I think I've been very active to attend more activities and get to more people around myself. So I'm trying to get integrated myself.
As an individual, my biggest role was to be open-minded and take the responsibility because I came to Finland on my own accord, and it's up to me to get integrated.
I feel at home in Finland actually, and in Vaasa. But the reason is that Vaasa has a lot of internationals. I have a lot of people from my home country as well.
Yes, I do feel at home. I think the city of Vaasa is very small, so you encounter and you meet people in the street, in the market that you already know from somewhere else. So yes.
I don't think I'm at home yet because I'm here just 1 year. Because of the language barrier, I think I'm still a foreigner and outsider. Once we feel we have a stable life, then we have some inner peace, then I will call it home.
I feel at home in Finland, except when the sun takes a leave.
I feel at home here in Vaasa. Definitely yes.
It took me a long time, but now I do feel at home. And now when I go back home, and it's when I come back to Vaasa that I feel home, not in Barcelona anymore.
Well, hello everybody. I was worried I might cry at the video, but I didn't. So today we are here to talk about retention and attraction at the end of the day, and we had lots of great speeches throughout the day. I think the English street signs will be easy to fix, but there's some other things that we need to work a little bit more. So retention is everyone's responsibility. The company or the public sector cannot do it alone, and neither can the co-workers, the fellow residents, or the immigrant themselves either. Retention is a puzzle where each piece is as important.
So this panel brings together public, private and educational institutions to discuss how cross-sectoral collaboration is the key for improved retention. But if we then meet our panelists, Tim, you are first in my row here. So you are lead strategist at Atea and founder of Gambit. Creating a wonderful place to work was the main goal for you when founding Gambit, a company awarded Equality Company of the Year in 2021. An emphatic people leader, Tim has been called a European thought leader and pioneer within company culture and leadership. Thank you for coming here today. Then we have Paul Fairchild, who is the chairman of the board EP Wiise ry. Paul is an entrepreneur, trainer, and co-founder of EP Wiise ry. He and the organization have been helping Finnish companies for over 2 decades to work effectively in international markets and better understand cultural differences with customers, suppliers, and colleagues. Welcome. Then we have Martin Norgård, who is the mayor of Nykarleby since last fall. Nykarleby is located in the Ostrobothnia region, and it has about 7,500 residents. Am I right? Yes. And 8% of the residents speak foreign language. Welcome.
Next one here, we have Nuppu, who's going to have soon a neck issue with us being behind you, so sorry about that. So Nuppu Suvanda, the service manager of International House Tampere. She's a long line talent booster, currently in her dream job as the service manager. And International House Tampere opened its doors last year, 2021, and it is a single service point for both employers and internationals living in Tampere. And then we have Francesca, sorry. I was going too fast. Francesca Cucinotta, who is the Director of International Affairs at the Centria University of Applied Sciences. She represents both the talent coastline ecosystem here as well as the Finnish higher education institutions. And she has strong experience of higher education institute sectors, managing multicultural teams, international marketing, and also she has some personal experience with regards to the talent attraction and retention, as her dad has immigrated to Finland. So welcome, everybody. We're going to have a little bit of warm-up questions for everybody here, so please take your phones. And panelists, please do not look at the screen. Close your eyes. No, you don't need to close your eyes. Because I'm going to ask the same question from you, so I don't want you to see it beforehand. So if you have your phone, go to slido.com and enter the code 3374047, which is also on the screen. And we're going to use this a few times during the panel, so don't hide your phone, but don't you do anything else with the phone during the panel, please. I'm going to be monitoring that. So while the audience will answer this question, I also want the panel to answer the question. So choose one word from the list. The terminology around this topic is challenging. I'm going to read the words, so you don't need to read them from there. There's lots of terminology around this, attraction and retention and everything related to that. So we want to get your input. What word or term do you use? Immigrant, talent, international specialist, migrant, foreign national, expatriate. Who starts first? Nuppu, from the list.
I choose something else.
You can choose something else.
International.
International. Oh, we didn't have just international. Okay, good.
I tend to say immigrant or foreign worker.
Thank you. Do we have two mics, by the way? Yeah. Yes. Oh, excellent. So, Martin, you can pass it back then.
Foreign job, immigrant, normally.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. Of those, I would use talent. That's the other one. Foreigners, I use sometimes but talent would be the first one.
Thanks.
All right. Of those, I probably would use international talent. Depends on the matter, because in higher education we do have international students.
Yes.
But yes.
Thank you. And do we get to see the international talent was also the vote from the audience? And I think also, Brella, you have it's happening on the chat box there, so you can also participate. And of course, we should have the new Finn or future Finn or a Finn. So let's hope in the future it's actually going to be a Finn. We have another question. What should be prioritized? The Finnish or Swedish skills of the employee or the English skills of the employer? And whoever has the mic can start. So Paul, for example.
Sorry to sit on the fence, but it does depend on the company. Some companies feel that they're ready to work in English. And for example, if you're in a production company and your supervisors feel that they can handle English, then why not go with English? It very much depends on the company. But a big thing about the language is lots of companies feel that they can't employ foreigners who don't speak Finnish or Swedish because their own people's skills, English skills, aren't good enough. And maybe they are. Maybe people think my English skills aren't good enough, and a little bit of training and a little bit of discussion might make them realise, actually, my English is all right. I don't have to be perfect, and bad Finnish and bad English will get us through a lot of situations.
That was a long one-word answer. Thank you.
Should I continue? I would say it's the employer's will to speak English. That's the only thing that really matters. If you start with that, it's easier to demand a little bit better English of the employees and co-workers and so on.
Excellent. Francesca, and maybe you can send the mic over here to Nuppu in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I was going to say it depends on the matter. I'm working with a team with one Finnish person, so then it's all about speaking English. But then again, I would emphasize the Finnish skills very much because it's a tool to the society.
Mm-hmm. And Nuppu and then Tim.
One word. This is very difficult. Yeah, I do agree with my fellow panelists. A difficult question. Both.
That is one word.
I think it's really important if as Paul said, depends on the business as well, that if you're dependent on having more colleagues in the future, you need English. It's just that simple. You can't just, yeah. So basically, if you think that you can manage in Finnish only in Finland, that's last decade, that's last century. Sorry to say. So we need every language you can get.
Excellent. And the audience, employers' English skills. So I've already said it to a few people, but we have työpaikka Suomi and Ruotsi, so Finnish workplace Finnish or workplace Swedish. We need workplace English for the employers. So any funders around here? Hand up, please. Write a big fat check and we'll go. Last question on this. One word answers, please. What should be prioritized on a national level? Attraction or retention?
I'll just go ahead and say retention.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's the point otherwise?
Well, I would also say retention.
Sorry, after that I sort of perhaps influenced. Like.
Nope.
Then I say attraction.
Retention.
Attraction. You have to start from somewhere.
3-2 answer, what did we get? Retention, 87%. Excellent, so now we're done with the warm-up, and we're going to continue the real questions.
Yes. Now that we have had the warm-up questions, so let us start the panel discussion. At first, we are going to focus deeper on the local cooperation, and if I shall begin with you, Tim. Have you cooperated with municipalities or educational institutions to find employees, whether abroad or immigrants residing in Finland already, or to enhance their retention? Can you give us some examples also?
Yes, we have worked with all kinds of different parties actually over the years to find talent. We've experienced both good and bad sides of Finnish society and bureaucracy. A bad option was, or experience was when we tried to hire 2 people from India a few years ago, and Migri was then so overwhelmed with applications and work that they just got back to us and said that, yeah, we'll be able to manage this application, these things in about 6 to 8 months. And we were like, okay, but we need these guys tomorrow or next month at the latest. So that was a bad experience. Then we have a lot of good experience from working with the local workforce, what's it called in English, like FPA and Kela and Ely-keskus and those. Especially as a young company where we could actually give a lot of unemployed people a chance to come to work to us since a significant part of their pay was paid by the government in that sense, in those kind of programs. And then we have a lot of different cooperations with universities of both like universities and universities of applied sciences, with professors, with students, stuff like that to find recruits and talent. So yeah, we're trying everything.
Thank you. Paul, does the need for cooperation with the municipality or educational institution come up when you work with the SMEs?
Not the need exactly. Companies see things in different ways. Some companies' attitude is that we don't need local authorities. There are private recruitment companies like Bisoni, Barona, Easy, Go On, and they can provide the services. But in our association, one of our missions is to show the companies what sort of services are out there, because municipalities are trying to help. They do want to offer services, they do want to support the companies, so we need to make sure that companies get the message that help is out there.
Thank you. Laura, if you continue.
Sure. So the next one, so for Nuppu and Martin, from the municipality point of view. So first, Nuppu, what role do partnerships play in the Tampere, Talent Hub Tampere, and what kind of partnerships do you have?
Yes, crucial role. I really liked, we earlier heard that it is not only about collaboration, but it's also co-creation and concretely working together. So the cities cannot do this alone. We need all those regional collaboration partners. And in Tampere region, we have, in a way, a concentrated focus team of the universities, so both Tampere University of Applied Sciences and Tampere University. Then we have the TE office in Pirkanmaa, a close collaboration partner, and also the vocational institution locally there, Tredu. But in addition to this like core group, in a way facilitated and led by the city of Tampere, we also, of course, collaborate very strongly with the Chamber of Commerce, with the development agency in Tampere, Business Tampere, with Teknologia Teollisuus ry and so on. So all these different organizations in the interface with the companies. And of course, in addition to that, the lovely associations. We have a colleague of Wiise ry, Bloom, called Bloom Tampere. So it is a very wide range of collaboration partners that we need to make it succeed.
And what about Martin? How is it in a smaller municipality in terms of collaboration? Do you have a robust ecosystem around it? And how are these things funded in the smaller city where the talent boost money might not be flying in the same way?
Well, that's maybe the trickiest question is how to get funding to get talent, especially to the smaller areas around the big cities like Vaasa. I was a little bit laughing when we were listening to the internationals just before sitting here that they are speaking of a small city. And for us it's a big city, especially in Nykarleby, only 7,500 inhabitants, and getting that talent over there, that's really, really difficult. Either you have to find a partner or you just, I don't really know. But to answer the question, I would say that governmental funding more for sustainability, just for one example, how to grow a little bit in our region. We are speaking a lot of wind power plants at the moment. In our areas we have a lot of forest, we have a lot of areas to actually develop something, and that's one way to get workforce and also to get those talent to work for those companies. They can still be based here in the little bit bigger cities like Vaasa, but the work will be done in the smaller cities or municipalities.
I have a follow-up question on that in terms of attracting companies to invest, because often they would also ask, do you have people that we can hire? So what do you answer to the companies if they want to, and the same actually also in Vaasa region for the batteries, like we want to build all these batteries, but do we have the people? So how do you tackle that question with them?
You have to trick them a little bit in the beginning and say that yes, we have them. And then
they're in the forest, can you not see them?
I asked him for advice that how did you do that?
Excellent.
Francesca, higher education institutes recruit international students to Finland. And as we know, the aim is to triple the number of new international degree students to 50,000 by 2030 in Finland, and increase the employment to 75%. What kind of actions and partnerships would you like to see in the local level, and what is a must-have so that the goal of 75% employment could be achieved, in your opinion?
Yeah, very big question. Maybe also I would sort of divide the aim to triple is another thing than to get the students to stay in Finland. So these are now put in together and they actually are not. So that's one thing. We did give, I think, more than 8,000 residence permits this year already. So people are flooding to Finland, and people see Finland's country brand from abroad as quite strong at the moment. But the retention question, of course, has things to do with other people than us true believers, as we sometimes say. So we are good messengers of the sauna talk and what was Regina telling us, but to actually get people involved when it's cold and you don't want to go outside at all, and you were talking about, Paul, what to do here in Finland. So I think that's the main question of getting young people to stay in Finland. If they feel that there's nothing to do, there's no way to sort of make them stay in Finland.
Thank you.
Martin and Nuppu, do you have data? Who's coming to municipalities? Would you like to have data? What's missing? What's out there? How do you get the data? Because the data is an important piece in terms of making your city ready to provide the services. How does this work for you too? And then you can just say, I agree.
Yeah. Of course, we do have data, but we don't have enough data. We don't have enough understanding of that. And I have to give a hint. Just a few weeks back, I heard in a high-level forum of Porto Observatorium, some kind of a data window that they have created there. So that is definitely something. We are currently working on these kinds of data banks, data window types of possibilities, like on a larger and wider level in Tampere. So this is definitely an important thing.
Well, at least we need to improve the data collection. We have some kind of data, and of course we can provide. Also, some companies have been asking the city if we have some more information, because they really need workers, and we really try to give the data what we have. But of course, I think TE-toimisto also have still a little bit better data than we have. But is it good enough? I doubt.
And do you get notified by somebody if there's suddenly a huge influx of foreign workers being recruited to your city? Is there information coming in that in 2 months there's going to be 20 new people who come with this language background and with 15 kids and S2 teachers, and how is that working?
Well, we have, of course, it's always. Right now it floats into mind what was happening during February, March, April, when Ukrainians came quite a lot, especially to Nykarleby. I think we had 400 arriving, and to be honest, we don't know what kind of professions they have and what kind of language skills, if it's really even important. So we didn't get that kind of data. That's maybe the most. It's the most difficult part, because if you have something more, you can maybe provide some of the bigger companies that, hey, here you have one that understands English, is working well, and has done this in his earlier profession or her earlier profession, and then it maybe starts from there.
Excellent. There's Halla and Olga in the crowd who are at least working in the Uusimaa region very tightly on to help Ukrainians. So maybe you can connect with Martin after this panel. Thanks all. We are going to move to the next. That's your word. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're going to move.
Yeah, we are going to move on the next theme. In a way, we have been talking about attraction and retention, but maybe we are going to go a little bit deeper to these issues. But first, again, some warm-up questions. So the audience can also take the phones and go back to slide.com, and the code is the same as previous. So the question is, who has the biggest responsibility in retention? Is it municipality? Is it employer? Is it person him or herself? Is it local community? Or is it other? And now we are talking about the work-based immigrants. So who has the biggest responsibility of their retention? Nuppu, do you want to begin?
Of course,
yeah.
I want to begin. Another difficult question, but I think it is the person themselves.
Employer. And I think it starts from the person yourself.
I'm going to cheat and pick other, and other means all of the above.
Good one.
That is cheating.
It's a complex, yeah.
I have to go with that as well, because you can't really choose out of those. And actually, if you just look at the students as well, it's the same question, and that also falls into all the categories.
Employer was what the audience thinks.
So let's go forward. The next question is, what should be prioritized in the local level? So previously we were talking about in the national level, now we are talking in the local level. Is it attraction or retention? Who wants to begin? Shall we start with Francesca?
Okay, at the local level.
Yeah.
Well, these smaller municipalities like Vaasa and Nykarleby, Kokkola, we do compete hard with the bigger ones. With the bigger ones, I mean Helsinki and that whole area, and Turku and Tampere and Oulu. And then the rest of us are there behind. So to be able to survive there, we have to come up with solutions to the attraction side as well.
Yeah, I'm still on retention. I'll open up a little bit on my thoughts there. When we hired our head of communication 2 years ago, during the interview, I said to her that the most important thing you can do is to actually show the world what Gambit is on the inside. Because it doesn't matter if we paint a pretty picture and we attract a lot of people there, if they meet a different reality when they are then hired, then they will just go on, move to the next one. So what you see is what you get, and that should be attraction in of itself, and that's also a retention, way of retention, so yeah.
And I may be changing my mind a little bit. I mentioned attraction earlier, but I changed my mind always. So it's maybe it's retention, because if I'm thinking really from Nykarleby's point of view, it's a small city, and it's actually very important that the people, the employer, the municipality, everything comes together, and that's the whole thing, and the whole retention thing, and the reputation for next ones flying in.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to follow on from, the reputation for the next ones flying in. When we get good people and we look after them, they'll tell their friends, they'll tell their cousins, they'll tell their brothers and sisters, and we'll get more people here. Obviously, as it's been said, we have to attract some people in the first place, but if we look after good people, more will come.
Yeah, now we come to why I answered attraction in the first nationwide viewpoint. So this is definitely retention. So a lot has been done, but this has to be done very thoroughly on a regional level. And then we need the broader shoulders together in the attraction.
And the audience has spoken retention, 78%.
Thank you. And the last question is, does the location in Finland matter when attracting newcomers? The answer is yes or no.
Yes.
As long as it's not me.
That's not yes or no.
Yes, it matters.
And yes, it matters.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it does, 98%. So now we get a little bit deeper into that. What do I do now? Oh, there. The location. So Tim, you have locations in Vaasa, Varkaus, and Pietarsaari, as we saw earlier on the map. And Paul, you work with companies that are in Jyväskylä, Seinäjoki, Ylihärmä, Sastamala, Lappeenranta. Tell us a little bit about how easy or difficult it is to attract people there, and as also make them stay there. Which one of you wants to start?
Yeah, if we think about Sastamala, for example, it's kind of in southern Finland. It's not so far from Tampere, but even there it's very difficult to attract workers because a lot of people feel it's a little bit too small, it's a little bit too far away from Tampere. So Definitely smaller places have bigger challenges to start with. But then when we think about in attracting people, but when we think about retaining people, there are some people that Sastamala will be perfect for. It's just the right size. Different places have different things to offer. A lot of people feel that that Helsinki is too big. It's too expensive. On the same wage in Jyväskylä, you can get more for your money, for your wage, than you can in Helsinki. So definitely on the surface, smaller places have a bigger challenge. But we have to sell those smaller places and show why those are good places to live as well.
And how do you screen for that? Like you were said, for some people, Sastamala would be perfect. How do you screen for that kind of thing when you're interviewing? Tim, maybe you want to continue on that.
I think that's an impossible question to answer.
Nobody knows Sastamala before they've been there, so maybe some virtual reality Sastamala tour.
Yeah, no, I don't have a good answer on that to that question. Actually, I think that it's such an individual. So many factors that affects you as an individual, where you want to feel at home, where you want to stay, and where you feel at home. So I think you can't answer that before. You know, will I feel at home in Varkaus? I don't know. I need to go there and check. I mean, and live there for a while to see if it's like, is it what I expected of it? So, and I do have the same experience otherwise as you do, Paul, regarding smaller places, that when you find people there, they can be really, like, in that sense, perfect match. But there are a lot of difficulties finding people in small communities as well. So.
And managing expectations, because you mentioned that. So how do you manage, like, is it what I expect? How do you manage that when you don't really know what the other one is expecting? So that's another piece in the puzzle.
Yeah, it is. I think that's why we have this strong, like, from our point of view, from an employer point of view, we really want to, during the interviews, during the communications, dig down to that level. Do we have the same values? Can you identify with these values? Can you, this is what we're offering. This is the kind of culture we have in a company. Is it something that you would approve of? Is it something that you would connect to? Mm-hmm. And then we need to be honest to say that if we have big differences here, then it won't work out. and that's fine. It's not, Gambit can't be the place for everyone. So yeah.
Yeah, that's another good point to make, that not everybody has to come to Sastamala. We just have to find enough people for Sastamala. And there will be more people that want to live in Helsinki or Tampere, but yeah, we have to find the right people.
Thank you. Francesca, what concrete steps has Tentria taken to increase retention of international degree students in the local level?
Yes, difficult question. Well, there we come to the small municipality, big municipality case. And of course, for example, Vaasa is dragging people from Kokkola, Helsinki is dragging people from Kokkola. We are making a lot of efforts with our talent boost actions. We are the coordinators of the Talent Hub, have colleagues here as well working hard for that. So we are talking to the employers all the time, trying to create an ecosystem there as well. It's not very easy, I have to say, because of course the amounts of internationals are smaller than, for example, in these places. But we have the largest inorganic chemical industry ecosystem in Northern Europe there. So we do need the people desperately. So what we do is we try to find support in our higher education institution, immigration services, talent boost services, to do our part. But of course we need the city and the companies and the whole region do their part. We're also, I have to mention that we're very happy to be part of the Talent Coastline ecosystem, why we are here. Let's give it a hand for that. For a great,
it's our pleasure, thank you.
Great event, thank you so much. And so I feel that getting support in this ecosystem, for example, we work from Kaskinen to Kokkola. So on a very big area, and that gives us the support to move forward.
Thank you so much. Nuppo, question for you. Could you name one pros and one cons of a bigger municipality as Tampere in terms of retention?
Well, definitely variety is a pro.
Yeah.
Because it naming like variety in different opportunities of your life cycle, opportunities to work, to study, university city, and so on, for free time activities quite naturally, and different kinds of schools and so on. So I would perhaps say that variety. And then cons, perhaps the challenge comes from our viewpoint that there's so many organizations and people and different kinds of entities that we would like to collaborate with, that it is quite a huge number of people actually. But luckily we have somehow conquered that as well in this talent hub ideology. So we just had our house family meet last week actually. So we are organizing these kinds of concrete enablers to succeed in that.
Yeah, so it can be like harder to coordinate in a way because there are so much operators. Yeah, thank you. Martin, the same question for you. Name one pros and one cons of a smaller municipality as Nykarleby.
Well, of course, pros are that it's small, it's easy to get to know people, it's very easy to find a social club. People are, and if I'm speaking of Nykarleby, they are very friendly minded. They will for sure speak to you right away when you enter the store, and that's something I think would feel very, very welcome. The cons, of course, is that everything is small. you will know everybody. Everybody knows you, and sooner or later they will start writing about you in the newspaper, and then well.
But it was a good thing for Rohan. So.
There are not that much social clubs, so if you are not finding really your spot, then maybe it's difficult. And even though you find a very good workplace, and you maybe after a year or two you realize that there's not many career options here. It's only this employee, or then I have to take a step to the next town. But I don't think it's wrong either. Mm-hmm. So if you just start somewhere, you are at least in our region. If we speak at Ostrobotnia and Nykarleby, you just take a step and go back to Vaasa or Kokkola or whatever. You will find your place. I'm quite sure.
Thank you. Does Francesca, Paul, or Tim want to add something?
I can just, to make Francesca happy, we're doing our part. So we exported one person from Vaasa to Kokkola. We also stole one from Kokkola to Pietarsaari. But at least it's like plus minus 0.
That sounds good anyway. And to Martin, you have the biggest flea market in the Nordic countries. Juutpakka Marknad, did you know that? Perfect place.
From a foreign point of view, possibly if you go to a smaller town with less foreigners, you are more like an individual, not just another foreigner. There is something in that as well. As was said, it's easier to connect, it's easier often in a smaller place, to become part of the society more quickly.
Excellent. If there's no further comments currently from the audience, so maybe if there's any questions there's 2 questions from the chat, and then we're going to have one last question at the very end. So please read the questions, Jasmine.
So the first one is, language between the employees can be English. Can we require our customers to be fluent in English? Small children, the elderly, and people of special needs.
Who wants to go first on that?
Well, I could say something about the language. I think we should, here in Vaasa, for example, in Tallinn coastline, we always use 3 languages. That makes it a little bit difficult, but maybe, you know, there should be flexibility in all people. When I was a kid, my father speaks Finnish, but my friends, when I was a kid, thought he was speaking, well, Italian, because his Finnish sounded like Italian. So, you know, you can start somewhere, but there's no definite answer to that.
Yeah, I think like it's more about attitude in the end, that you always find a common language in the end if you have the right attitude towards it, and providing those options is the key to finding the being open-minded. I've had my Finnish journey has been really rocky. I've been really bad at Finnish up until actually starting to use it in work life. But ever since we had our 4th employee was Finnish speaking, I talked in Finnish with her to like, I don't want to use my position to have an advantage. I use, I try to explain things in Finnish the best I can, but then I don't take advantage of the situation. I put myself in a disadvantage in that sense, since I otherwise am the CEO and had the founder status and stuff like that. So trying to like find that connection.
Well, I think we can demand or require a little bit more English of our customers, or how to say. You said, Tim, earlier that it was a decade or some decades ago that you could only survive on as an employee with only Swedish or Finnish, and I totally agree. But then it's a totally different side from a municipality, that we are very official with the Swedish, and especially in Elbarbary we are very bad with the Finnish. So maybe we should start with that. But then again, I think when looking at today's children, they know much better English compared to what we did earlier. So maybe we can actually require a little bit more from now on.
Yeah, we should be proud. We are a 3-language society. I don't think we appreciate that enough. It really is a special thing, and we need to remind everybody that you don't have to speak perfect English, because so many people still have that idea that. And when I meet people outside of work and they don't realise that I speak Finnish, so many people, the first thing they say is, "Sorry, I don't speak good English." I haven't asked them to speak English, but they still apologise for their English. And we really need to encourage everybody and say that on the bus, in the bus, at the bus, it doesn't matter, all right, as long as the other person understands you. There are obviously some old people that don't understand a word of English. They do need Finnish or Swedish, but generally speaking, we will become more and more flexible all the time.
Yeah, I have to agree, definitely. And I also have to mention that as a public sector organization representative, we are so proud that we were actually nominated as the International Employer of the Year in the public sector category.
Congratulations.
By the Chamber of Commerce, thank you. And I'm like now using this as if we can do it, you can do it. It requires, well, you have to ask my team. What do you say? But really, a city of Tampere, like a unit, has reached this kind of an award. So it does require flexibility, open-mindedness, human touch, discussions, and so on. Very much, of course, also in some cases, forgiveness for the employer, since everything is not definitely in English.
Excellent. And I think we still have time for the last one, and maybe Nupu will start this round, so
yes.
Go ahead.
This question goes back to whose responsibility it is. So the person in the chat asks, how will we raise the numbers for international hires if the biggest responsibility on integration is on employers who are already hesitant to hire international talent?
That's why I responded that it's on the person's own responsibility as the first one, but we have to support the employers, definitely.
Yeah, that's it, absolutely. Employers need support. That they can't all make it up for themselves. We need good processes that can be copied from company to company.
And I totally agree. But the employers are also like normal people living on the maybe you're living on the streets. I was about to say no, but living in our cities and municipalities, and maybe it starts from somewhere that our mind is functioning in that way, that they start to care more about their internationals in that way. So now we are coming back to that endless loop that all comes together in some part.
I think we also need to talk about it openly, so we can change the mindset of how things have been done, how the world has looked, so that we can get, from a leadership point of view and from just a colleague, grassroots point of view, the right kind of mindset, opening, welcoming, and adaptive as well. So.
Of course, we're doing this every day in our lives. In my team, we have one Finnish speaker, so we are living the life, most of us in this room already probably. And I would say, during all these years having worked with these matters, I would say that now within these sort of 4 years, we've proceeded so much compared to what it was. So I think we're on a good path. We have to be, flexible, but also maybe. Give it a little bit of time.
I was going to ask, do we have that time? Finland only started 2017. It's 5 years ago. 2030 is soon here, and yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is like I think this is a little bit like a Finnish perspective, like an engineering. Okay, we have a plan. Those are the steps, and we're there. Because if we were in Spain or Italy, it would be totally different. So it's sort of inbuilt in us that when we've decided something, that's going to happen. We have a time frame. But the rest of the world doesn't work like that. So that's also something for Finns sort of to understand, I feel.
A little flexibility, creativity in the process could happen. We have one final question to people on Slido and the audience here. Yes or no answers. Do you commit to work towards creating the best immigration experience in the world for Finland? Yes or no?
Okay then. I'm doing my part.
And of course.
Yeah, every day.
How about the audience?
Woohoo!
Thank you so much.
So we're all 100% committed to this. Let's get the work going, really. We've been doing this for 5 years. Let's take a huge leap, and in the next 5 years, we're, further than where we are now. All agreed? Yes. Excellent. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience. And I think next up is Jasmine. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, wow, thank you for such an inspiring panel discussion. Whew. But guess what? We are on our last speaker. I know, you are sad it's coming to an end, and I'm sad that it's coming to an end. But this has been an amazing day. So our last speaker works for Business Finland as the Senior Director and Head of Work in Finland unit. And she has been the key person in creating the Talent Boost program together with a large ecosystem of stakeholders. And she is the mother of Talent Boost Summit. So I think she deserves a lot of whoops and applause. So we are so privileged to have her here. Please join me in welcoming to the stage to give the concluding speech, Laura Lindman. Woo!
Thank you, Jasmine, for very, very warm words. I've been scared of this moment for the whole day because I knew that the very huge face of mine it will be there. So, okay, I will maybe stand in front of that so I don't see it. Yeah, well, I'm now a bit confused after being nominated as the mother of Talent Boost Summit. But yeah, well, maybe that's true because I was the one who organized the first Talent Boost Summit in 2017 with many people who are here. So I didn't do it alone. But yeah, I've been writing notes whole day. And there are a lot of them, and I know that I don't have time to say all of the things I would like to talk, maybe an hour or so, but I have only like 5 or 10 minutes. But first of all, I hope that all of you have had as inspirational day as Gambit's trip to Norway. So you are very excited and energetic and inspired after this day and full of ideas when you go back to your offices. We have come quite a long way. Like Francesca just said, and those of us who have been working with these issues for years, we have seen it. But of course, our customers, talents or companies, they live this moment, and it's not that they care about all the development that we have done throughout the years, and we are still not there, but we are very, very much on the right track, I think. And I think we should give ourselves an applause for very good work, because we deserve it. Katri, in her opening speech, gave us a to-do list. We should have solid info base and forecasting for talent attraction and retention. We should make Finland as top country in talent attraction. We should be world's best or offer world's best immigration experience. We should be welcoming and inclusive and have zero tolerance for exploitation. Yeah, we are ready for that, I think. We have structures and services now in place all around Finland. There have been a lot of talk today about getting companies involved, and it's easier now to get companies involved because we have permanent structures also. Of course we have projects, we will always have projects, but we also have very good permanent infra for working together with companies. I would like to challenge all of us, every single one of us, to bring one company representative with you to Talent Boost Summit 2023. So if everyone brings one company representative, then there are quite many of them next year. Are you ready for this? Great. Regina asked to raise hands if you are from public sector. Now I would like to get hands from private sector companies. There are some. Great. So I have a challenge for you as well. Would you please go and tell your fellow companies about Talent Boost services that are there, that there is support, and there are a lot of stakeholders willing to work with you in this. Because as we have heard, companies might not know about the services that are available there. So I hope that you will now tell about this also to your colleagues in other companies. Dingma said that regions are too small when we talk about talent attraction and going abroad. Well, I think so. Finland is, as a country, very small in the global talent competition. In Business Finland, we are happy to invite all the regions to work with us when we go abroad to attract talents and raise awareness of the opportunities that Finland has to offer. So you're welcome to contact me and our colleagues in Work in Finland unit. We definitely need to do it together, but that has been in the core of Talent Boost from the beginning, that we need everyone on board. But then finally, or maybe not finally, but first I would like to give an applause to one person that has been behind everything today, and she's Anna Korsbäck. I hope she's somewhere here to hear about this. Anna, you have done a lot of work and very good work in this, and together with all your colleagues. About next Talent Boost Summit, we don't know the location yet, but it will be there around at the same time of the year, and we will announce the city. Soon there is maybe a bit competition between cities at the moment going on, and let's see who ends up to be the winner of Talent Boost Summit 2023. Thank you for all, and have a great chat of this, and see you soon, at least next year in the summit. Thank you.
Okay, now it's back on. Thank you. Who here is an international talent? Yes, a few of you. Are all of you attending the event tomorrow, which is Umbrella? Yes. And you who are not international talents, you can also join the Umbrella event tomorrow, because it continues virtually tomorrow. So the theme is, what do we internationals need in Finland right now? So I'm sure the interesting discussions will continue tomorrow. Well, enough about that. What did you think about the event? Nah, come on. What did you think about the event? Yes. I hope you are as inspired as I am, and ready to change the world, and ready to make Finland more welcoming as ever. And we have an amazing day, and I'm sure your brains are buzzing, and with all this information, and you cannot wait to get to talk to each other and talk about the themes and topics we've covered today. So on behalf of the organizing team, I just want to thank you for joining our amazing event here in Åbo Academy, and there if you are attending via Brella. And thank you for coming and joining us. And now it's time to mingle in the lobby area, and we will get to enjoy fantastic music from my colleague Maria Lumio. So thank you. I am Jasmin Granholm, TE Live reporter, and I was your host today.